commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims. But the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, a very warm welcome. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus will be the India-US trade deal, which has been finalized, and the tariffs, which have also been slashed to 18%. Now, that is a drastic reduction and a very positive and welcome step by the US government. Especially, this has been confirmed by Donald Trump and also confirmed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But we are getting a lot of reactions on this, political reactions, and the opposition is pretty much upset and they want to know what's inside the deal. We'll get you a lot more on this. But first up, the headlines. Republic has the inside scoop from the NDA parliamentary meeting. PM Modi says India-US trade is a sign of a new world order.
पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है.
India cheers as the nation locks an historic deal with the US. MPs congratulate PM for 2 landmark deals in 1 week. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is likely to make a statement in a short while in the Parliament on the historic trade deal between India and the United States. And the street cheers India-US deal. Market soar 5% on the India-US pact. All right, now rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is the biggest headline of the year. India has logged in a major trade breakthrough with the United States, marking a decisive moment in New Delhi-Washington economic ties. Now, the high-stakes deal aimed at boosting market access, easing tariffs and strengthening the strategic commerce signals India's growing clout on the global trade table and sets the tone for a new phase of bilateral partnership between the two nations. Now, the deal will see US tariffs on Indian goods being reduced to merely 18% effective immediately. Now, this morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was felicitated by NDA lawmakers in the parliament. We're also showing you graphics on how we have the lowest tariffs in the region. All right, let's move on to Kiran Rijiju, who is speaking in Lok Sabha.
Having been named by the chair, resolved that the above mentioned members may be suspended from the services of the House for the remainder of the session under Rule 3742.
प्रश्न यह है कि श्री किरेन रिजिजू द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में है वो हाँ कहे, जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के विपक्ष में वो ना कहे। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। प्लीज बी सीटेड, प्लीज बी सीटेड। नो नो, सभा की कार्रवाई बुधवार दिनांक 4 फरवरी 2026 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so House is adjourned yet again, and this was Kiran Rijiju who was speaking now. This day also, the opposition pretty much upset, wasn't reacting positively and questioning the deal that has taken place and questioning what are the details of the deal that has taken place between India and the United States. Now, this is the same opposition that was previously questioning on why there has been why tariffs have been imposed by the United States of America on India. When Donald Trump was on a tariff tirade, he was imposing tariffs on all the nations which, as per him, were not moving as per his terms. And also, there were visuals, we'll show you visuals where papers were hurled, papers were thrown. There was a lot of ruckus that happened in the parliament. We'll also show you the visuals of that. There was ruckus in the parliament, especially by the opposition leaders, and the opposition created a ruckus, and even they threw papers on the chair. They reached the well of the house, and they were raising slogans. And after raising slogans, they even threw papers towards the speaker. Now, this is uncalled for, this kind of behavior by the opposition. So the opposition is reacting very negatively towards the India-US trade deal. They also wanted to have a conversation on the trade deal also. They want a debate on the trade deal also. They want to know what is the fine print of the deal, what are the nitty-gritties, what are the details, what are we gaining, what are we losing. And Rahul Gandhi is again accusing Narendra Modi that we have succumbed to what Donald Trump wanted, and this is not something that is victorious for us now. All right, so this is big. Now, the Congress MPs, unruly Congress MPs have been suspended for throwing papers. Biggest development, unruly Congress MPs suspended for throwing papers. Big news that is coming in. Unruly Congress MPs suspended. The unruly Congress MPs have been suspended for throwing papers. The chaos that was created in the parliament, and this is the reaction. The Congress MPs have been suspended. Biggest development coming in. The unruly MPs have been suspended. The Congress MPs were protesting, and they were sloganeering, and they were while protesting, they even hurled through papers towards the chair. And this cannot be tolerated, and this wasn't tolerated. So action was necessary, action was deemed, and action has been taken. The unruly Congress MPs have been suspended for disobeying the chair. All right, so these are the pictures. The House has been adjourned also, but these are the pictures where you can see how papers were thrown towards the chair. Towards the chair, the papers were thrown, and this is being done by the Congress MP, by the opposition. All right, so we have Harsha for more details on this issue. Pretty unruly behavior, Harsha. As you can see, we can see on our television screens, the Congress MPs, and especially the opposition MPs, first of all, they were pretty unhappy on what's happening between India and US. They are not happy with the deal, and now they're hurling papers, they're throwing papers towards the chair. This is disrespect, utter disrespect.
He pointed out utter disrespect of the chair, and it's not the one time, but also this the visual which we are showing where on the chair there's Dilip Sekia, and this is the second time when the papers were thrown. Before this on the chair was Krishna Tinati, and the papers were hurled at him as well. And the second time, and also Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, moved motion in front of the Speaker in the Parliament as it resumed at 3 o'clock. He clearly stated that all the MPs who stood on the table of the Secretary General facing the Speaker speaker and doing the ghirao of the speaker. They all should be suspended for this entire session. If you hear the Lok Sabha proceeding, the clearly stated that all the unruly Congress MPs should be suspended for the entire session, and they are not one or two but almost 6 Congress MPs. Let me tell you the name of the MPs who stood on the table of the Secretary General. Those MPs were Amar Singh, Aviation, Manikam Tagore, Gurjeet Singh Aujla, Raja Waring. These were all the MPs who stood on the table of the Secretary General, gearing the speaker, and also at that time also the placards were torn, all the papers were torn and thrown at the speaker. And then the second time when it resumed, and therefore Kiranju stated that the motion is being moved to suspend them for the entire session, which the speaker has accepted. The speaker is sit on this time on the chair is Dilip Sekia. He has accepted the motion, and all these unruly MPs of the Congress have been suspended. To tell you, these are the visuals of the disruption and chaos which the opposition party leaders and mainly the Congress party leaders are doing inside the parliament. Today itself, Kiran stated that please, the opposition has to let the house run smoothly. But again and again, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress leaders are creating such ruckus and the chaotic scenes inside the parliament. If you remember, today at around 3 o'clock, before the parliament resumed, there was one of the leader who addressed the chair as yard. What's this language, yaar? There's a chair at that time of the chair. There was Krishna Tenati, sir, and he clearly stated this is not the kind of language which is addressed to the chair. The chair is not the yaar to the Congress party leaders. They have to behave like the MP. They have to behave like they are the leaders in the parliament. And such disrespectfulness towards the chair is not something new from the side of the Congress party. Each and every session is chaotic and disrupted, and full of disruption because of the opposition party leaders. And right now, also what we see, and therefore the Lok Sabha has been adjourned till tomorrow. Let me tell you, such a waste of money of the common taxpayers. Every day, the leaders are coming here. The session has to go on. There's a motion of thanks on the president address. The leaders are not getting time. This was the second day on the president address. Rahul Gandhi wasted it for just like twice adjournment. Shatabdi Roy from TMP denied speaking. Naresh Uttam from the Samajwadi Party denied speaking when the speaker called him. Kathir Anand from the DMK party also denied the chance of speaking on the president address, and then TDP leaders spoke on that. So can you see how much is this waste of the time? This is second day. 3 days have been allotted, 18 hours have been allotted for the leaders to speak on the president address. And this is such a waste of the money of the taxpayers and the chaos and disruption which is being created and caused by the Congress leaders. And that's the reason now when the suspension motion has been accepted by the chair and the unruly Congress MPs have been suspended. Will they be suspended for the entire session? This is what we'll get to know more. But yes, the motion was moved to suspend them for the entire session so that the House could run smoothly for the budget debate and discussion coming days as well. Back to you.
This has been a trend, Harsha, isn't it? Even during the monsoon session, we saw that even TMC MPs, they had torn the bill when Amit Shah had tabled them. They, in fact, threw that paper at Amit Shah. And now this time around, again, we see the Congress leaders being suspended, Congress MPs being suspended there. The problem now here comes in is that they are fixated on an issue which has no holding as far as the parliament is concerned, as far as the president's address is concerned. There has to be an action taken, and the message should be sent across very, very clearly that there is no business of him raking up, issues of that is a part of something that is not even published yet. And to make a ruckus out of it, to stall the proceedings and then resort to, misdemeanor, to resort to indiscipline, a harsh, because this has become a trend. This has become a trend from the opposition MPs. There needs to be an example set that such things, they have to be penalized in a way that such things do not happen again. And the exchequer's money is not, wasted this time every session.
You rightly pointed out, there's a calculated attempt. The last winter session, if you see the monsoon session, each and every session, every time there's some issue which Rahul Gandhi, the LOP in the Lok Sabha from the side of the Congress party comes up with. One time it was Hindenburg, one time it was Rafale, one time it was Judge Loya case. By time and again, Congress party comes up with the issue that doesn't hold any domain in the public sphere, which doesn't hold anything with the business and the proceeding of the House. They stall the parliament every time. The winter session went like like that. And this is a budget session, very important budget session. And the president and the motion of thanks when the president addressed each and every session goes to
right
stall
now,
because of the
yes, Harsha, just stay on with us. We are just cutting across to Mamata Banerjee, who's speaking right now as she is in the national capital.
Regulation, the statutory rules that the role observer in the name of BJP officers and 8,100 micro observers. They are not listening to DEO, ERO, AERO. They have kept one logo separately. From there, they are going to delete all the names, about 2 crores. Now we 58 lakhs already deleted. Now 1 crore 4 lakhs is what earlier it is said logical discrepancies when Supreme Court said that list should be there, proper list. After that, they changed the name like this, mismatch, mismap, like this. Suppose I want to tell you one thing. Notice hearing, हाथ तुलून, SIR कैसे? Raise your hand, हाँ. Now, my question is, these role observers, they don't have any action. They don't have any role to play at this time, the SIR process, as per RP Act. But they became the real master. And they have been deputed, backdoored from the BJP party, but front door, of course, the Election Commission. I don't blame all the Election Commission officials because I respect the chair. But if somebody works only for his master's voice, or just like parrot, and don't maintain the institution impartially, vindictively they delete the name of the people, the voters. Everybody is raising this question. Bengal media, every day, all the...
All right, go across to the Parliament once again now. Rahul Gandhi is now leading a protest after the MPs were suspended and sloganeering now in the complex that's right outside the main building of the Parliament. And you can see Deepinder Hooda, you see Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, several other leaders of the Congress party and the opposition over there. 6 of the Congress MPs have been suspended. They attempted to, climb the table, and then they threw the paper at the speaker. This is the ugly scene that actually unfolded, and now the Congress party is going on to protest against the action that has been taken on their unruly MPs. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and all other leaders, KC Venugopal, the other MPs, you can see all of them there. They are present outside that Parliament main building at one of the exit points, and now they are raising slogans in protest against the unruly lawmakers, those who were behaving and compromising the dignity of the Parliament. And it seems that they support that behavior of the parliamentarians. Lok Sabha has been adjourned, ladies and gentlemen, amid the ruckus, as has been a trend every day of every session. All because of disruption, unruliness of the opposition, once again, that has been witnessed today. And the same tune that has been sung by the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi. And then entire ruckus unfolds, chaos unfolds, sloganeering in the Parliament and now outside the Parliament. Papers are hurled at the Lok Sabha chair and Congress MPs are suspended. Harsha continues to join us live in the broadcast. Harsha, now we are seeing that the Congress party is now leading Rahul Gandhi is leading a protest for what? For the suspension of unruly MPs?
Rakshita, you rightly pointed out, for the unruly MPs and the visual along with Rahul Gandhi, there are all those MPs who stood on the table of the Secretary General. You imagine the table of the Secretary General, these 8 members of Parliament stood on the table, gheraoing the speaker. They gherao the speaker so that the speaker couldn't conduct the proceedings of the House. And today, they have been suspended for the entire session. And Rakshita, I would like all our viewers, because we have already told who are these 8 MPs, in total 8 MPs, only with Republic, the names of the MPs we have. In total, 8 MPs have been suspended for the entire session. Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, came up with the motion of the suspension of these MPs for the entire session, which the chair accepted at that time, and the chair clearly stated that yes, they are now suspended for the entire Parliament session. They have been suspended for the session, and that's the reason why Rahul Gandhi, along with the other leaders, is right now holding the protest at the Makar Dwar of the Parliament. And Rakshita, these visuals are from the Makar Dwar of the Parliament, where Rahul Gandhi is staging protests with Gurjeet Singh Aujla, Manikam Tagore, Hibby Eden standing on the left of Rahul Gandhi, and A. Raja Waring. Also, you can see in the visuals, these leaders are those leaders, Rakshita, who at that particular time were standing on the table of the Secretary General, thrown papers at the chair. And at Dilip Saikia, who was at that time running the proceedings of the Lok Sabha, the papers were thrown, torn, not once but twice. First at Krishna Tenati, who was in chair, and second time at Dilip Saikia, who was on the chair. The papers were thrown, and the slogans were heard. They were shouting, screaming, creating chaos and ruckus. There's a second day, imagine, of the address of the president motion, and not a single day the Parliament is able to run, especially the Lok Sabha. The time is being wasted. 18 hours have been allotted, and what these MPs are doing, especially Rahul Gandhi, stating that he wants to speak on the national security and quoting the memo, quoting from the unpublished item. And even he today stated that it has been authenticated. He was speaking something which was out of context. And again, Jay was telling him that he can't speak something which is out of context. He has to speak only on the president address. You imagine the kind of the gravity of the taxpayers' money it is, but everything kept aside, and they were only hurling screams and tearing papers at the chair. Right now, Rakshita, I'm outside the office of the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. We are waiting because right now a very important meeting is being conducted in the Speaker's room. Arjuna Meghwal, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, and the other leaders are right now in the chamber of the Speaker, that they will be now suspended. The MPs will be suspended for the entire Parliament session. The unruly Congress and opposition MPs, 8 names which exclusively Republic has. We outside reporting from the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju office. Very important to note down that the motion has been accepted by chair. These 8 MPs have been suspended for the unruly behavior, for throwing paper and placards at the chair. Back to you, Rakshita.
8 MPs. So that's a total 8 MPs. Let me just read out Harsha. Hibby Eden, Raja Waring, Kiran Reddy, Manikam Tagore, Gurjeet Singh Aujla, S. Venkatesh, Korea Ghosh, Prashani Padola, and these are the MPs. They have been suspended for the entire session. And their protest now continues shamelessly. Are they backing this behavior is the big question. Does Rahul Gandhi support, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra support this behavior? Harsha, that is the question. But the fact that they're standing with them, I think it's an answer to it.
Rahul Gandhi is Rakshita is the most irresponsible LOP we have ever seen in the history of the, opposition party history of the Parliament. We have seen Rahul Gandhi was not even stopping. These MPs, when these MPs were hurling slogans, when these MPs were standing on the table of the Secretary General, Rahul Gandhi didn't even stop them. In fact, Rahul Gandhi went on watching them. Gurjeet Singh Aujla, Amar Singh, Raja Waring, tall-heighted MPs of the Congress, they all stood. They all gave out the speaker. Rahul Gandhi not even once told these members of Parliament to sit down, not to disrespect the chair. There's some protocol inside the Lok Sabha. There's a protocol of the chair which one has to respect. If a leader is on the chair of the speaker, that means he has to be respected. He has to, all the MPs have to hear what he's stating. And again, Krishna Tenati was telling them to sit down, to not create ruckus. He was telling Rahul Gandhi that he can't do that. He can't speak something which is out of context. He only has to speak about the president address. But Rahul Gandhi even didn't listen to him.
Harsha, we have a breaking news coming in now. Top ministers are right now holding a meeting at the Lok Sabha Speaker's chamber. during this session, viewer. That's a very important update that is coming. I'll just go back to Harsha on that. While the opposition MPs hold the protest, Harsha, okay, I'm told that Harsha will reconnect with us, but yes, that's the update we're getting in right now. Top Minister's meeting is underway at the Lok Sabha Speaker's chamber as we speak in the Parliament, as the Lok Sabha session has been adjourned till tomorrow, viewers, after the ruckus, that chaos that unfolded, the unruly scenes that unfolded. And 8 of the opposition MPs have been suspended for this entire session after they threw a paper at the Speaker. And viewers, this is the breaking news we have right now. There has been several incidents, in fact, of misdemeanor, misbehavior by the MPs, by the Congress MPs today. Harsha is back with us. Harsha, tell us more about this meeting that is underway at the Speaker's chamber right now.
Yes, right now, Rakshita, I'm reporting from that chamber only, outside that chamber only. All the top ministers, Kiran Rijiju, Arjuna Meghwal, and the other ministers are right now in the chamber of the Speaker, where the important meeting is, where the important meeting is underway just after the Lok Sabha got adjourned for tomorrow. This important meeting is underway, where all the ministers are the Speaker, and it's very important to keep apprised the Speaker about what happened and why this was very important to suspend all these leaders, because already opposition party leaders want to have a meeting with the Speaker. They have already, from the side of the Congress party, KC Venugopal has already approached the Speaker that the MP should not be suspended for the entire Parliament session. But why not? But why some action should not be taken against these unruly MPs? That's the question. And right now the meeting is happening for these MPs only, apprising the Speaker that they have been suspended for the entire budget session. The Congress will be told directly that from tomorrow onwards, if they will not allow the Lok Sabha, the proceeding of the House, to run smoothly, then more action could be taken against the unruly MPs. If the behavior, they will not sort out their behavior inside the Parliament, if they will keep disrespecting and disregarding the chair, more stringent action will be taken by the Speaker and by the chair against them. So the meeting is underway. It's been 15 minutes because as soon as the Lok Sabha adjourned for tomorrow, right now the meeting between Kiran Rijiju, Arjuna Meghwal and the other ministers is underway in the Lok Sabha. At first today, it was also decided that Piyush Goyal will be making a statement in Lok Sabha on the trade deal, but because of the chaos and ruckus of the opposition party leaders, now this statement of Piyush Goyal on the trade deal, US-India trade deal, will also not today happen in Lok Sabha. It might happen tomorrow. So the Speaker is being apprised, and the discussion on tomorrow and how to keep in check of the opposition party leaders, to tell them that the behavior has to be proper according to the protocol and norms of the Parliament. The meeting is happening in that order. Back to you.
All right. Many thanks, Harsha, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, we will keep a close eye on the developments coming in from the Parliament House as disruption continues for a second day. Ugly scenes actually unfolded today during this session. We will continue to get you more details on that. But right now, it's time for a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more updates. Gandhi has made a big charge again now. This time he could not stomach that the US trade deal has been announced. So Rahul Gandhi now says that Prime Minister has been compromised and he has sold the nation.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the Parliament. In response to the President's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see, 19 Indians had been killed, but in response our soldiers had given an excellent account of themselves in hand-to-hand combat, and it is said that 45, some claim up to 100 Chinese soldiers were killed, which they tried to hide by saying they had lost just 5 soldiers. The simple fact is that after this violent incident leading to 19 fatalities on the Indian side, we should have thrown the 1996 Peace and Tranquility Accord into the bloody dustbin.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Republic TV continues to get you each and every aspects, all the contours of this mega deal between India and the United States. Stand by for what we're going to tell you about the Prime Minister's message in here. We'll tell you more details and the reaction that have come in. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Lok Sabha chaos as Rahul Gandhi's speech stopped over ex-army chief memoir mention. Congress MPs throws papers at the chair. Later, they get suspended for the entire session.
आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है.
Rahul Gandhi's big charge on US trade deal says Prime Minister is compromised and that is sold to the nation. Shh. Republic has the inside scoop from the NDA Parliamentary meet. Prime Minister Modi says India-US trade sign of a new world order. The D Street cheers India-US deal. Markets soar 5% on India-US pact. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement in the Parliament on the historic trade deal. All right, we have a breaking news coming in right now after what Trump posted on social media regarding that India will not buy Russian oil. We have a reaction coming in. First statement from Kremlin on trade deal. And Kremlin says that there has been no signal from India on halting Russian oil purchases. The Kremlin has not heard any official statement from India about stopping purchases of the Russian oil. And the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has said that there is no such signal. So that is the breaking news we have right now. This is coming in after Trump announced the US trade deal with India. And he also mentioned in that post that India will stop buying the Russian oil, which now has got a reaction from Moscow. Kremlin says that there is no signal yet from India on they are going to buy or not buy. They're going to stop, they're going to halt buying Russian oil. That's the breaking news we have right now. So this is the update we have after the trade deal. And we have Niranjan Narayanaswamy joins us live on the broadcast for more. First statement from Russia, Niranjan, saying that there has been no word from India as far as stopping Russian oil purchases are concerned. Niranjan.
There is nothing official that's come from India to say that we are going to stop buying the Russian oil. This is a very critical statement given what has happened in the last 36 hours. First, you had a tweet from Trump in the last 48 hours where he said that India has decided to buy Venezuelan oil. That was the first indicator that came in. In fact, it was on budget morning, if I'm not wrong, when Donald Trump said India had agreed to buy Venezuelan oil. And then we had the detailed tweet that came out after the trade deal was announced. And in the same tweet, he had said that in his conversation with our Prime Minister, India had agreed to not just buy Venezuelan oil and if need be, even US oil. And that we had agreed to completely halt any Russian oil purchases. But this is significant because we have the first response coming in from Moscow. And Moscow has said that there is no signal from India. Russia says there is no signal from India whatsoever on halting purchases of Russian oil. And they are saying there is no official statement that's come in from India about stopping of this oil. This is Dmitry Peskov, who's been reported in news agencies in Russia, talking about the response, talking about India's deal with America. Let me also tell you that this is significant because on budget day, when we had India's Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, when he was live on Republic TV, a specific question was asked to him where we asked him if India has agreed to buying Venezuelan oil, to which he agreed that India will be buying Venezuelan oil. But he was mostly silent on whether India would be buying oil from Iran anymore, which was another claim made by America. America had made the claim that we will not buy Iran oil and that we had agreed to buy Russian oil. And for the first time, we now have a response from Russia. Russia claims that there is nothing official or no indicator that we will be halting purchases from Moscow. Now, what is also significant is that Russia says, Dmitry Peskov says, in fact, India and Russia are going to expand their ties. They are saying we are going to expand our ties their ties with India on all fronts. So Russia giving out a completely mixed signal. This is also coming on the back of India-Russia possible gas deal that could be in the pipeline. Now, that is why this becomes all the more significant. Now, the claims are not really matching. We've been talking about the need for a blueprint to understand what we give and what we have got and what we have promised to America while this trade deal was announced. And this is what we have so far. Back to you for now.
Right, of course, the fine print remains unclear and henceforth India also is yet to make it stand clear. That's what Russia is saying as far as the oil purchase is concerned from Moscow. Thank you so much, Niranjan, for joining us with those details coming in. In fact, the full agreement has not yet been published, which of course leaves the exact scope and timelines of these oil commitments unclear. And now this was only Donald Trump who had, while posting about this posting about this trade deal, he mentions that India has agreed to stop purchasing Russian oil, which has not been confirmed by New Delhi. And so says Russia. Russia says that there has been no statement yet as to if New Delhi is going to halt purchasing Russian oil. Remember, there has been, US has made a lot of an issue about the Russian oil while it was still attempting to negotiate the trade deal on its own terms, which India clearly said that it's going to keep its national interest first. And having said that, the figures and the deals, the agreement remains unclear. The details the big oil question still looms. What's really going to change? Niranjan, India has been one of the largest buyers of the Russian crude after 2022. And that has, of course, never gone down well with the West, especially United States of America. But, this time when Trump, we all know that Trump has this habit of making several claims, be it the ceasefire or even the Russia, India stopping to buy Russian oil. The devil lies in the details, isn't it? And one has to now wait and watch what New Delhi has to say as far as the oil is, oil purchase is concerned, because India's stand has been clear. It will do whatever serves the interest of the nation.
Well, I can tell you one thing. As far as the American media goes, there is, the versions are not matching. Of course, like we've been saying, when Donald Trump put out a tweet, he made a few tall claims. But when you look at how the American media is reporting it, and if you come live to me, I can show you in the newsroom, how we are reporting the story. Because one of the aspects that we've picked up in the last few minutes from the newsroom is that Indian refiners, now this is how Reuters is reporting it, this is how the American agencies are reporting it, the Western media is reporting it. They claim that Indian refiners, Indian oil companies need time to gradually wind down on Russian oil purchases. In fact, this has just been put out. They claim, in fact, Indian refiners, according to Reuters, Indian refiners need time to end Russian oil imports. Shipments have already been booked till March. Now, this is how the Western media is reporting it, that till March, there will be, some oil purchase because of older agreements that are already in place. But post-March, when those agreements come to an end, there will be no more purchase of Russian oil. Now, that's what the claim is by the Western media. And we'll put out, the contrast, because India is completely silent as of now. There is no official statement coming in on whether we have decided to stop buying Russian oil. But you look at some of the data coming in, the data shows that possibly there may have been a gradual slowdown, perhaps at best, but not a complete stop in purchase of Russian oil. Even the Russian spokesperson, Putin's aide, Dmitry Peskov, saying that no official word or indication from India to halt Russian oil purchase. So there are deals in place. Those deals will continue to remain in place, and focus will be on how we switch to Venezuelan oil, perhaps, which even the minister has admitted on Republic that we will be buying Venezuelan oil. Back to you. I think Pranav has some more details.
Many thanks, Niranjan, for joining us with those details. So we have a breaking news coming in on the markets, viewers. The markets are rallying on India-US trade deal. The Nifty and the Sensex have closed 2.5% higher in energy, pharma, auto stocks leading rally. So that's the breaking news we have right now. In fact, the market today opened in green. And even the rupee gained house after India-US trade deal. And my colleague Pranav Kulkarni joined us live on the broadcast from the business desk. Pranav, clearly we saw these signs in the morning as the stock markets opened in green, the rupee also picking up finally. And now the markets have rallied today around the India-US trade deal.
Well, Rakshita, we saw the markets open with a gap up. In fact, GIFT Nifty was already indicating a gap up. The futures were indicating a gap up opening. They opened 5% higher, but then certain gains were shred because of, the number of positions that traders across the world may have taken on the Indian markets because it was an overnight decision. As of now, the markets have closed about 2.5% higher. Nifty is about 600 points higher than what it closed yesterday, and Sensex is closed over 2,000 points. The sectors that have gained are metals. Then we saw energy stocks jump, we saw bank stocks jump, and the Nifty ITs, which is the index for information technology, jumped about 1.4%. So yes, all sectors are in green, and the markets are clearly cheering the US-India trade deal announcement yesterday night.
Absolutely. Many thanks, Pranav, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, we will be continuing to get you the reaction that have come in on this story. And most importantly, what the Prime Minister said today, we are going to tell you that as we speak, Prime Minister Modi, his address to the NDA MPs today. at the Parliament House stands as a testament to strategic foresight and resolute diplomacy in an era of volatile global trade dynamics by framing the newly minted India-US trade agreement, securing a reduction in reciprocal tariffs from 50% to 18% as the fruit of sustained patience. The Prime Minister also underscored how persistent negotiations amid the earlier domestic criticism and skepticism over tariff handling have yielded a landmark outcome that enhances market access for Indian exports and fosters a more favorable bilateral economic environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pragmatic triumph that positions India advantageously in shifting world order, rewarding measured persistence over reactive concessions and signals to critics that steadfast resolve rather than capitulation delivers tangible gains for the nation, 1.4 billion people, and its rising global stature. Now, here's what the Prime Minister said. Let's take you back to what the Prime Minister had said on the 7th of August last year. Narendra Modi said he is ready to pay a very heavy price for resisting US attempts to dictate the country's trade policies, as India took a defiant position in the wake of Trump's punitive export tariffs.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं।
All right, we have Mr. Manish Barrier, a political analyst, joining us on the broadcast for more. Thanks so much, sir, for joining us on Republic TV. And, there has been so much of reactions to what will be India doing, given how there have been attempts at bullying, by Washington, D.C. There has been so much of pressure that has been put in, so much of statements that have been put in. And, India clearly is a testimony to the fact that how it stood steadfast, it remains steadfast, and it stood for the national interest, and thereby, and by that time we saw that there was the mother of all deals that was being signed with the European Union, with UK also. There has been a boost in trade, and now I think it's somewhere signal to the world that India, there's no stopping India's growth story, and that nobody can, in fact, dictate the terms to one of the largest economies that India is.
Good evening to you and good evening to all your viewers. And I welcome it so much. That shows, again, Prime Minister in such an amazing light. There were a lot of skeptics who kept questioning him. It was very unfortunate that our opposition leaders were questioning the Prime Minister of India. But the world knew that what Prime Minister Modi was doing. In fact, probably except Brazil, no other country really stood up to Donald Trump and his idiosyncrasies. And India ensured that ultimately USA had to, I would not say bow down, but then they were not very successful really in putting India under any pressure. And with this mother of all the deals that we signed with Europe, I think that really made them, re-look into India's position and our Prime Minister's position. And recently one report came, which Elon Musk also shared. I think it tells you very clearly what Prime Minister also said today. The world is moving towards Asia Pacific, towards India. And of course, China and the world's GDP's growth rate, US is 9.9%, India is 17.7%, and China is slightly more than that. It tells you that the stand which the Prime Minister took was just the right kind of a stand. And it also, it shows his courage, foresight, vision, and what he has always been talking about, nation first. And he actually gave a lot of sacrifice he put. He had to keep quiet and silent. A lot of provocations were there, but he kept, the entire thing that, okay, my personal, whatever attacks will come, I'll take it. But India first. And that is what seems to have happened in this case. So really, really wonderful, news for the country.
And, some way it also reaffirmed that US continues to see, India as an ally and as a counterweight to China. And given the deals that we've been signing with US, UK and European Union, the global trade map clearly is shifting, it's tilting towards India, tilting in India's favor as compared to the, East Asian economies also.
I would add to what you are saying. I think this time our country has not really, gone with that we will be a counterweight to China. I think we are now moving ahead of that. Earlier, the other countries like US and Europe used to play us with China. But I think if you look at this time in the last 6 months, 8 months, we have refused to now, be a pawn in anyone's hand. I think India is now vying for the top 2-3 global leadership. And our political establishment is also signaling that we've shifted. So we do not really look at China as an adversary. Yes, militarily, yes. But we kind of, it's a relationship where we are doing very heavy trade with China, but we refuse to give in to them on border issues. And we say we want that, respect from that country. And that is what we have done with China. So our relationship with China is now unique, and we have very, very robust trade partnership with them. And similarly, with every country, we are having a separate, unique relationship. And I think that is something which is now a new powerful India is emerging, where a relationship with one country is not dependent on other. We are not in any bloc. We are an emerging nation. We are our own bloc. And that is why we have been able to really navigate relationship with Russia very well.
Right, Mr. Baria, absolutely. Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us with your insights and your reading of the situation. Right now, we have some breaking news coming in, viewers. It's a formal statement coming in of Arvind Srivastava, the Secretary, Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance, on the India-US trade deal. Statement issued says, and I quote, India-US trade deal will further expand and deepen trade between two of the largest economies of the world. It will create more opportunities for our labor-intensive and manufacturing sectors in the US market and give impetus to mutually beneficial collaboration in high and advanced technology sectors. Senior Executive Head Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the broadcast. Abhishek, shed some more light on this statement, please.
It's coming in really from the government of India. It's a very generic statement saying that we welcome the deal, that it's going to help both the economies, etc. Because we are still waiting for a political executive comment really coming in on the deal formally, because it was expected that Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who has rushed from Mumbai to be in Delhi, would be making the statement. But we see that the Lok Sabha is already adjourned for the day. Whether he takes a call to make a statement first in the Rajya Sabha and then tomorrow in the Lok Sabha, or waits for another day and makes the statement tomorrow only, beginning with the Lok Sabha and then Rajya Sabha, that's something which is being worked out as we speak. Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the core strategy team of the BJP is closeted in the Parliament, and they are deliberating on what next. But pending that, as I said, this is the first formal statement coming in from anyone in the government of India, even if at the bureaucratic level, welcoming the deal.
Right, and I think the key part here, if we read into this statement, Abhishek, is the fact that how manufacturing will be at the core. It will be it will be a boost to the manufacturing exports. Even the finance minister also said that the trade deal seeks to boost the country's manufacturing as well, especially in different sectors like semiconductor, etc. It with the goals of self-reliance, keeping in mind the goals of Atmanirbharta, the trade deal contours, at least what we understand, should have been zeroed upon, isn't it, Abhishek?
Well, you see, the fact of the matter is, when you say Indo-US trade deal, it's a trade deal. It's not a purchase deal. It's not a purchase order coming in from United States to buy their goods. And that should be very clear. So it's a two-way deal, two-way trade. India has a favorable balance of payments or balance of trade with the United States. We export more to them and import less. Now, as it is envisaged as part of the deal with these tariff cuts, over the next few years, our trade, which stands at about $130–40 billion, is going to go up to $500–600 billion. Obviously, the component of American purchases as also American selling would increase between the two sides. So it's a two-way trade which is going to increase, not just Indian purchases of the American goods. Obviously, with the accent on energy, if we have to buy from the United States, already buying at about $15 billion, that's going to increase. And the Indian side has made it clear that we are game for buying non-sanctioned oil, so even from Venezuela, which is because from there sanctions have been lifted now. So it's a work in progress. The information that we have is nothing on the table insofar as the sensitive farm and agriculture sector, dairy sector are concerned. And so to that extent, that the Prime Minister had said in that very famous statement that he is willing to pay a price but not compromise or negotiate on the future of our farmers community. That's been taken care of.
Yes, we'll have to, of course, wait for the fine print there, Abhishek. Thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in. The first reaction from the government, at least the first statement coming in. We'll get you more details. But also now, the opposition is reacting. Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, has levelled explosive allegations against the Prime Minister, claiming that the Prime Minister has been compromised. Rahul Gandhi speaking outside the Parliament after he was passed over as chaos continues over a mention of China and former Army Chief Narawane's memoir. He says that the country has been sold off. Listen in to Rahul Gandhi.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर प्रेशर है, भयंकर प्रेशर है, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो इमेज का गुब्बारा है, जो हजारों करोड़ रुपए लेकर बनाया गया था, वो फूट सकता है। इशू ये नारावाने की स्टेटमेंट नहीं है, ये साइड शो है, और वो भी जानते हैं, मैं भी जानता हूं। मेन बात ये है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर दिया गया है। किसने किया है, कैसे किया है, ये हिंदुस्तान की जनता को सोचना है। मगर इतिहास में पहली बार हिस्ट्री में एलओपी को प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस में नहीं बोलने दिया है।
बाहर बोल दीजिए, जो अंदर नहीं कहा दिया जा रहा है, बाहर
वो तो ऑटोमेटिकली होगा जी। बट ये आप समझिए, और हिंदुस्तान के जो किसान हैं, आप सब समझिए कि इस ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है, और वो इसलिए बेचा है क्योंकि ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है। सिर्फ आपको नहीं बेचा है, देश को बेचा है। इसीलिए मुझे वहां नहीं बोलने देना है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी डरे हुए हैं, क्योंकि जिन लोगों ने उनकी इमेज बनाई है, वो अब उस इमेज को फोड़ने लगे।
Time for a short break, viewers. But coming up at 4 p.m. is India's deal versus other nations. Republic dissects every angle on that. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने सब कुछ मजेदार बने
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey. But probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say why antagonize India.
So what did Trump or what did America gain in the last?
India's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
let's do it again. It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavin Sen. After the mother of all deals, it's time for the father of all deals. That's how Indo-US trade deal is now being termed as. We'll get you all the latest details, but up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Lok Sabha chaos as Rahul Gandhi's speech stopped over ex-army chief memoir. Mention Congress MPs throw papers at chair, later suspended. ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है।
Rahul Gandhi's big charge on US trade deal says Prime Minister is compromised, sold the nation. Republic gets the inside scoop from the NDA Parliamentary meeting. Prime Minister Modi says India-US trade sign of a new world order. Dalal Street cheers India-US deal. Markets soar 5% on India-US pact. First statement from Kremlin on the trade deal. Kremlin says no signal from India on buying Russian oil. The India-US trade deal is making waves. US has already agreed to lower tariffs on Indian goods from 50% to 18%, boosting India's export competitiveness. Now, this move is essentially expected to revive growth in manufacturing and services, strengthen energy security and create space for economic reforms. Now, what this simply means is that India's exports in labor-intensive sectors like textiles, leather, gems and jewelry will essentially benefit. Now, with 50% tariff that was basically imposed, some of the key sectors had taken a massive hit. But having said that, with this being reduced to 18%, how does those very sectors really benefit? And more importantly, what's the fine print as far as this trade deal is concerned? Let me also go across to our business editor, Pranav, who's joining us on this broadcast. Pranav, many would basically want to know that beyond the being gung-ho about this entire deal, question would essentially mean that what does it mean in terms of brass tacks? Which are the sectors which has a direct benefit? Because for the longest time, the argument was made with regards to agriculture and whether at all farmers would have been affected because of the deal.
Shravan, what it necessarily means is that from 50% to 18%, that's a big drop that Indian exporters will now be facing. That's the most obvious line that we are deriving from this. The other things when we were talking to experts is that one, because of the whole turmoil that India witnessed over the past about 6 months, India has, forged newer deals with other countries. We've already had ones with UK, we've had with Oman and other UAE and other nations. Australia, Canada is, in work in progress. So India has kind of opened its doors for exports to other countries. So the Indian manufacturers, Indian, exporters are necessarily looking at broader markets. So India has strengthened, and now that the US-India trade deal has happened, it is likely that the next quarters that will follow will look at higher profits, better orders, better order books, and in turn it will also reflect in the earnings per share. So the markets are cheering precisely in line with that. So a lot of positive news sentimentally for Indian manufacturers and Indian markets. Of course, everybody is now waiting for the fine print to see which sectors will actually gain.
Before I let you go, just a quick question as far as the tertiary sectors are concerned, because one major cause of concern has essentially been as to how exactly does it have a direct impact on those very sectors, and how do you really calculate the impact as far as service sectors are concerned?
Which sectors? Could you just clarify which sectors, Shravan?
I was asking you with regards to the tertiary sectors, does that really have some sort of a long-term impact with the tariffs essentially being brought in, or that is completely left out?
No, as far as the government has today specifically clarified that it is not going to have impact on those sectors for which India was closed in the first go. Agriculture, dairy sectors, labor-intensive sectors. The government has clearly said that we have not opened those sectors for entry of US imports. So those sectors remain protected. As far as the sectors that are likely to gain are concerned, we are considering textiles, automobiles, and some of the other sectors such as leather industry are likely to gain a boost from having an opportunity for a larger trade or exports with America.
Pranav, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and getting us an inside details as far as the fine print of this deal is concerned. In fact, we'll also be bringing in our experts on this entire matter as one aspect that has become very clear, that India is essentially now operating with a clear tariff advantage among the key Asian economies. At least 18% is what the tariff has been imposed. And on your screens, we're just giving you a comparative understanding of where do we really stand vis-a-vis China as well as other countries. Now, India has the lowest tariff rate compared to its major manufacturing and trade peers. As if I've just pointed out, countries like Vietnam has got about 20%, Bangladesh about 20%, which is again 2% higher. And it gives us a measurable cost edge at a time when the global supply chains are essentially being redrawn. Even small differences in tariffs can basically translate into big gains for investors, exporters, as well as manufacturers. Now, the comparison with Asia's major players makes India's position unmistakably clear. In fact, we are also going to be joined by Uday Ved, who's joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Ved, I just want to understand from you with regards to the finer print of the trade deal, because initially there was a lot of speculation about what led to the delay. Because if you look at the statements that were made in the month of May and June, some of the concerns that the Indian negotiating teams had raised was with regards to sectors like agriculture, dairy being one such. You've already had the US negotiating team, the trade negotiating team saying that they would have some sort of an access. What does that really mean and what impact would that really have?
No, so I think clearly agriculture and dairy are outside of this as far as India is concerned. So there would be a protection to entire agriculture, which was a strict no-no during that time. And I think it continues even today. And India has been able to then reduce from 50 to 18. I think it will become a lot of exports will become very, very competitive. As you just right now put it on the screen, 18% possibly is the lowest amongst all the Asian countries.
If I can just intervene here, because Secretary Rollins, who's basically looking after agriculture, Secretary of Agriculture, has put out a statement a short while back, and I just want to put this out, where she's saying that new US-India deal will basically export more American farm products to India's massive market, lifting the prices, pumping cash into rural America. And this essentially means that you would be flooding in with more items really coming in from America, and there would be concerns from some of the trade bodies when it comes to this aspect.
No, so that once we have the details, it will come to know. But whatever I understand from my reading, as on today, the entire agriculture part has been protected, and I think it is a strict no-no as far as India is concerned. Yeah.
But in terms of the tertiary sectors also, do you believe that it is going to have some sort of an impact on the ground, keeping in mind that some of the sectors would essentially be blocked? How does that really have an impact if you really look at it from the long-term view?
See, my sense is all the imports into India would be except these agriculture and dairy products, unless a particular product is not available in India. And that's, I don't have the details of that at this point of time. But other than that, whatever imports have been done is where you will be protecting, the Indian industry. And again, that we have all the exports which will really, benefit. The other part is the devaluation of the rupee itself by 10% offsets most of the tariff part, in my view. That 18% that you are talking, essentially 10% depreciation has happened since last 1 year, right? So the way I look at it is the impact is 8%.
Right. Mr. Ved, I'll just request you to stay on, because the other important aspect is, what about the other groupings and how exactly are they really responding? Now, within the BRICS groupings too, India basically holds a decisive tariff advantage. At 18%, India has the lowest tariff rate among the BRICS nations, well below its key partners. A direct comparison with other BRICS economies puts India edge into a sharp focus. So what does it mean, Mr. Ved, if I can bring you back with regards to the groupings, the other groupings that India is with, and would there be some sort of a nervousness, keeping in mind that first it was EU and now you have US coming in? Of course, it is in all likelihood an advantage for India, but what happens with India's position within the other groupings, particularly the BRICS?
I think that's a question. Certainly, whether the group will become nervous because of that. Vis-a-vis USA, I'm saying right now, selling their products. But India's exports to that and the trade with that country should really be independent of what the deal is vis-a-vis the US. That's how I look at it. Each country has to have that bilateral trade FTA, and what we have negotiated with the EU is between India and EU. With the UK is India and India and UK, right? So the BRICS will be, there may be some concern right now, but it only the time will prove. To my mind, it is a bilateral trade between each country. And I don't think just because we got the deal with US, which is now maybe looks significantly beneficial to India, that should really deter other people. It depends on which product, which industry that we are competing. Yes, certainly say, I don't have a BRICS, but Bangladesh, Vietnam, textile is a major one, right? That we become much more competitive now. Apparel become much more competitive. Or we are not at a disadvantage. That's how I look at it. But specific is bilateral deal should not have any impact on how India has signed with EU vis-a-vis USA. That was the case we signed with EU, right, a few days back. So that should not really impact, in my view.
Mr. Ved, I'll request you to stay on with us. I'll bring in our business editor, Pranav, on this issue. Pranav, I see that there is another big bone of contention, that is about oil trade. A short while back, Kremlin has basically indicated that and I'm just quoting this, India has not said it will halt oil purchases. Is there any further understanding? Because if you go by the first statement that has been made by President Trump, it seems that there has been some assurances that have been given to US with regards to purchasing oil from Russia.
In fact, Shravan, there was a bit of confusion in the morning because many experts who we spoke to said that this is yet another unilateral statement that's been issued by Donald Trump. If you remember, right in the middle of Operation Sindoor, it was Donald Trump who, in a similar fashion, took to social media and announced that there was a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. And here we are seeing yet another statement that was issued by Trump saying that India has indicated that it will stop buying oil from Russia and that it will start buying oil from Venezuela. What we've been given to understand is that one, the Venezuelan oil capacity right now is not enough to meet India's requirements. So that's as far as facts are concerned. And as far as Kremlin now is concerned, India has not at all said or commented on the oil purchases from either of the nations. So we need to actually wait and watch and see if the government really comes out and makes a statement on where it is buying oil from. What we are given to understand that it is unlikely that India will compromise on its equation with Russia and compromise on reduction in buying oil from Russia.
Well, Pranav, thank you very much for getting us all the details, and Mr. Ved, putting this into a perspective, because as many would have already pointed out.
One point to make here, vis-a-vis the statement that was made during Project, Operation Sindoor, vis-a-vis today is different in my view. Here it is directly two people the two heads have spoken, right?
Right.
So he's made that statement, and of course there is no formal communication from the India side. But I would possibly believe that both should continue if the demand is not sufficient enough from our perspective. But I'm saying I just said that's one difference in the past vis-a-vis this statement today, where the two heads spoke directly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ved, because there is a difference of opinion on this entire issue as to whether at all, President Trump, like always, has been in a jiffy to make that particular announcement, and this was unilateral in nature. Of course, this was also followed up with a message on social media platform by the Prime Minister also, but these are big moves on the global trade front for India. And the United States has agreed to slash tariffs while India will basically remove the trade barriers and also stop buying Russian oil is a claim that is made by the Americans. Now, this comes just days after India basically finalized the mother of all deals with the European Union, creating about $200 billion trade corridor. Earlier, India had also experienced trade with countries like Oman, New Zealand within a span of just few months, highlighting India's growth stature globally. For India, it's not just about trade, it's also about strategic positioning in a fragmented global economy. Take a look at this report, which will take you through what we have essentially achieved in multiple trade deals that have been signed in the last couple of months.
In a move set to reshape global trade, the United States announced a major trade deal with India. President Donald Trump announced tariffs on Indian goods will drop from 50% to 18%. While India will eliminate trade barriers and halt purchases of Russian oil. The agreement, reportedly worth over $500 billion in US goods purchases, including energy technology, agriculture and coal. This comes just days after India sealed what's being called the mother of all deals with the European Union. After 18 long years of negotiations, India and the EU created a nearly $200 billion trade corridor, making EU India's biggest trading bloc. Major duty cuts on European cars and wines, while Indian exports in textiles, pharma, footwear and gems soar. Tariffs on goods worth $50 billion will drop to zero, giving a huge boost to India's labor-intensive sectors. India isn't stopping at the US and EU. In December last year, India inked an FTA with New Zealand, removing duties on 100% of Indian exports and securing $20 billion in long-term investment. Labor-intensive industries like textiles, leather and handicrafts gain huge advantages, while student mobility and skilled visa pathways for 5,000 occupations strengthen people-to-people ties. In the same month, India signed a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Oman as well. The deal provided 100% duty-free access across nearly all tariff lines, opening exports in engineering, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, marine products, textiles and more. From Washington to Brussels, Wellington to Muscat, India is asserting itself as a global trade powerhouse. In a world facing economic uncertainty, India's message is clear. It's open for business on its own terms.
There's some political development taking place in the national capital. As far as Manipur is concerned, there is a meeting which is currently underway at the BJP headquarters where Union Home Minister Amit Shah, a short while back, has arrived at the meeting ahead of this joint meeting with the MLAs, also the office bearers. BJP National General Secretary Tarun Chugh has also reached the party office. This after BJP legislators have been camping in the national capital for the last few days, and in fact there is a growing perception on the ground that perhaps a government formation could actually take place, and that is the demand that has been made by several of the BJP legislators. On your screens right now, images coming in from the national capital, from BJP headquarters, where I'm given to understand Union Home Minister is going to chair that meeting along with National General Secretary Tarun Chugh. Let me go across to my colleague Harsh, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters. Harsh, just to walk us through the details that you're picking up. You spoke to some of the legislators in the last few days. What is it that they are saying with regards to government formation? Have they got any sort of clarity coming in from the centre?
Well, right, Shravan, we are standing outside the BJP party office here in New Delhi. This is the extension of the main party headquarters in New Delhi. Now, the latest development here is that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived at the venue. The meeting is scheduled to take place at around 4:30. However, not many MLAs were seen entering the premises, but party's General Secretary Tarun Chugh has also arrived to the venue. Party's President Nitin Nabin has also arrived to the venue. We even spoke to some of the MLAs yesterday. However, there is some kind of uncertainty related to the government formation as the deadline of February 12th comes near. But they are somehow there is some positive intent, and there is some kind of positivity among the legislators that some decision will be taken. This political scenario will come to some conclusion, and the elected government will come back to power in Manipur as the situation also comes back to normal.
We're expecting some more details to come in. We're hoping that you will be able to get us the legislators who are going to meet Union Home Minister in a short while from now. There is some development that's taking place on the ground. At 4:30 this evening, we get you details on what happens to India's energy security as far as the trade deal is concerned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narvane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narvane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narvane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with poison.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narvane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narvane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narvane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
First statement from Kremlin on trade deal. Russia says no signals from India on buying or not buying Russian oil. Lok Sabha chaos as Rahul Gandhi's speech stopped over ex-army chief Mamua mention again. Congress MPs throw papers at the chair, suspended. Lok Sabha adjourned for the day. ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है।
Opposition leaders' big charge on the US trade deal, says PM is compromised, sold the nation. Republic has the inside scoop from the NDA parliamentary meeting. PM says India-US trade's a sign of new world order. D Street cheers the deal. Markets soar 5% on the India-US pact announced by US President Donald Trump. All right, welcome friends again to this broadcast on Republic. With the US President making that announcement on his Truth Social post, one very important aspect that came out was that India has agreed to not buying Russian oil. But what are the facts? Because Kremlin has now made a statement, and that's the first reaction coming in from Russia. They have said that we have not heard from India on whether they are buying or not buying Russian oil. Remember, the government of India is yet to make an official statement. The parliament is in session. The Lok Sabha was to get one from Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, but the Lok Sabha had to be adjourned, so likely the statement is postponed till tomorrow. But in the meanwhile, world reactions coming in, and the most interesting one coming in from Moscow, where Kremlin has said that they have not heard on Indo-US trade deal, or for that matter of India buying or not buying Russian oil. We have to wait for that clarity. But President Trump, of course, like he did in the case of ceasefire, jumping the gun perhaps on that. Let's look at what's happening in Parliament. After this breaking, Harsha is joining us live from outside the Parliament. Harsha, please tell us why the Lok Sabha had to be adjourned. Wasn't the government supposed to make a statement today? And if not in the Lok Sabha, is the government going to make a statement in the Rajya Sabha still?
Yes, Abhishek, you rightly pointed out what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has spoken to us after Lok Sabha adjourned, and after the meeting with the Speaker concluded that there will be no statement on the trade deal today. Earlier, Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, was supposed to make a statement today at around 4:30 p.m. in the Lok Sabha, but before that only the Lok Sabha adjourned following the ruckus and disruption from the opposition party leaders. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister, not only him but also JP Nadda and Rajya Sabha, stated that government is ready to give the entire detail of the trade deal between US and New Delhi, which has happened so far, coming down to the reciprocal tariff from 25% to 18%, as several opposition party leaders like DMK leader Kanimori and also the Congress leader have been demanding the detail of the US-India trade deal. But today we all are waiting for Piyush Goyal to give us more light, to give us more light on this Russia-India. What Donald Trump has been stating, that India will not be buying Russian oil, but there has been no confirmation from the Commerce Ministry as of now. Abhishek, we tried reaching out to Commerce Secretary Mr. Agarwal as well, but he also stated clearly that Mr. Piyush Goyal will only be responding on this. We all are waiting for him to make a statement, or also brief, if he could brief the reporters off cam. We are waiting here in the Parliament if he arrives today in the Parliament, or give us more detail, because from New Delhi, as Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, clearly stated that there has been no confirmation from New Delhi. He also went on by stating that there will be strategic bilateral ties between Russia and India. The ties are stronger and it will continue to remain so. So the New Delhi confirmation has yet not come. We have tried to speaking to several officials from the Commerce Ministry, but there has been no confirmation to us from the Commerce Ministry as of now. I believe everyone is waiting for Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal to give the details of the trade deal. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. In fact, I'm getting to here, and that's a breaking news development. Let's break it quickly. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is actually going to make a statement. He's going to address the media on camera on the US trade deal at 5:15 p.m. from the Commerce Ministry headquarters at Vanij Bhavan. Can we break that? Harsha, maybe you can be there at 5:15 p.m. when the Commerce Minister makes that statement. In 40 minutes from now, we're building up to that. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who has rushed back from Mumbai, he was there. just so that he can make this statement. He was supposed to make this statement in the Parliament, in the Lok Sabha, but the Lok Sabha is adjourned. That's why he's making this statement from the Vanij Bhavan. Remember, somebody has to speak, somebody has to respond to the kind of politicization we have seen happening with the kind of statement that has come from the United States. It needs some clarification and clarity, and that's why the Commerce Minister, Piyush Goyal, is going to meet the press and make that statement at 5:15 p.m. 5:15 p.m. at Vanij Bhavan in New Delhi. That's the breaking development. Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, to make the statement at 5:15 p.m. Okay, Harsha, quickly. The Parliament.
Update has come. Yes, Abhishek.
So the Lok Sabha adjourned to the Piyush Goyal.
Has right now come from the Vanij Bhavan. Yes, Abhishek, so the Commerce Minister had arrived in New Delhi. He was supposed to come to Lok Sabha at around 3:30 p.m. but the Lok Sabha got adjourned. Therefore, now Piyush Goyal will be making a statement and will be speaking directly to the media at 5:15 p.m. at Vanij Bhavan. All the details of the India-US trade deal, which also the leaders of the ruling party have been stating that Piyush Goyal is ready to give each and every detail of the India-US trade deal. It was also being stated that Mr. Jaishankar is already in US. The FTA is being signed and the entire process is underway. But the deal is now on. And also, Piyush Goyal will be giving each and every detail of the deal, how it is happening, what is happening, and what are the details of the happening, because many have been concerned about the agriculture sector. They have been also stating, opposition party leaders majorly, that initially when the 50% tariff was imposed, the government stated that they will not touch the agriculture sector. So what exactly is happening in the agriculture sector? That all details Mr. Goyal will be giving, the Commerce Minister will be giving at the Commerce Ministry only, that is at Vanij Bhavan at 5:15 p.m. We all will be rushing from here directly to the Vanij Bhavan to get more updates, because this is one. Yes, back to you, Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much, Harsha. And that's a big breaking development coming in. But remember, friends, a major claim by the US President Donald Trump in his post, which is about India agreeing to stop buying Russian oil, has stirred a fresh debate and a row, in fact, about India's energy security and strategic autonomy. Trump says India has agreed to stop the purchase of Russian oil and would buy American oil instead. The government sources tell us that we are going to buy as per market dynamics, and that we are going to buy any non-sanctioned oil. And that's been the case earlier, that's going to be the case now. What's the truth? Let's look at some details.
India-US have the deal. President Donald Trump took to Truth Social and made the big announcement. PM Modi was quick to welcome it. The news electrified the markets, but oppositions raised questions, targeting Trump's mention of India stopping Russian oil purchase.
कि अमेरिका का राष्ट्रपति कह रहा है कि अब हिंदुस्तान रूस से तेल नहीं खरीदेगा, यानी कि अमेरिका से अगर आप तेल खरीदेंगे तो महंगा तेल हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों लोगों को खरीदना पड़ेगा। आपने दोहरी मार इस देश के लोगों को दी, विश्वासघात किया इस देश के लोगों के साथ।
The government hit back. We would continue to purchase oil as per market dynamics, including non-sanctioned oil from Venezuela.
Abhishek, that I'm glad you asked this question on Venezuela, because I should like to say that we have a long-standing, old, traditional relationship with Venezuela. It's very long. By the way, you are referring to one statement made by President Trump today, or which has been carried today. Our Prime Minister had a telephone conversation with Her Excellency Celsi Rodriguez on the 30th. There was a delegation from Venezuela in Goa for the India Energy Week from 27th to 30th. Now, this is nothing new. We've had a long-standing relationship of buying oil from them. Our refineries, at least 2 or 3 that I know, are particularly configured to deal with that heavy oil which Venezuela produces.
With government making it clear, the India's energy security is supreme and not compromised. A formal statement is expected soon.
All right, that formal statement, in fact, is coming at 5:15 p.m. when Commerce Minister speaks to the media from the Commerce Ministry headquarters in New Delhi. In the meanwhile, joining us live is Mr. Nirmal Kumar Minda, president of ASSOCHAM, that's a big industry grouping. And very good afternoon, Mr. Minda, for joining us. Thank you so much for sparing time. My question to you is, let's begin with this thing that we have been discussing about India's energy security. President Trump's post mentioned about India agreeing to stop buying Russian oil. Does it make much of a difference insofar as India's energy needs, India's industrial sectors, corporate sectors, energy requirements are concerned? And if we are stopping to purchase Russian oil, do we have other options?
So, thank you very much, and good afternoon to you. I think this is more of a political matter. It is a trade balance one need to do. We as an ASSOCHAM, I cannot comment, what has been negotiated, what was trade deal, what was bilateral, but I can only comment this is a great moment, and a historic moment for the Indian economy. I think I would say Honorable Prime Minister Modi, I think I really bows. And, this is when we have done EU deal last week, that was called mother of the deal. I would call it father of the deal, because our maximum exports from our countries to US. And I think we all know that it will be more than 500 billions, US dollar trade, bilateral trade will happen in next 5 years. And our industry will grow. So our Make in India initiative, our Atmanirbhar Bharat will grow, and we will get more and more chance to export in all the suffered sector in the last, 7 months, whether it was textile and gem and jewelries or footwears or auto. As far as your oil question is concerned, I think this is more of a political dealing, I would say. They have to see how to do balance. Everything we can't get, I can say as a layman, something we have to give sometime, give up and take up.
Yeah,
but
that's
from 15% to 18%, I think it is a remarkable deal. And that too, one of the best in our neighboring country in the ASEAN.
In fact, Mr. Minda, we have got one feedback by way of the markets and the kind of exuberance they have shown. Another feedback is what you were saying. You are actually calling the deal remarkable, given the fact that it's better than what some of our competing economies have got, including Vietnam and Indonesia, among others.
Bangladesh.
And Bangladesh, of course. What are you hearing from your constituents, from your ASSOCHAM members and industry leaders as to going forward rather? Is it the best deal that could have happened? Is it the thing that was just waiting to happen, and that now we are all set for that next leap to make India the third largest economy?
Yeah, you are very right. We had a post-budget session where we met many government secretaries today and our membership for almost 300 members. And we had a session on this, on a side, what are goods in the different sectors. And I think everybody was very positive and, charmed, I would say. Enthusiasm was there. And, it is a very great initiative for our exports, for local, we will create a job, and I think our GDP outlook should be more than 8%, I think, and because we are a low-cost country, let us also realize. But the onus is on us for producing quality and productivity, and reduced our costs. So we have to be cost competence and quality. So we have huge opportunity, even in our automobile sector. Where I come from, all the components this has to be a manufacturing base, I would put it this way, for the global.
Right. Mr. Minda, just stay with us. I will come back to you for one more question. But I have to get this information for the benefit of our viewers because of all the conundrum that's been created. According to Republic sources in the government, India will continue to buy energy and oil from all sources. In fact, there will also be energy security guardrails to guide all that India and all of India's oil and energy purchases. Not only that, India will also buy non-sanctioned oil from all sources, including Venezuela, and India's fuel security doctrine has historically prioritized strategic autonomy. Remember what Minister Hardeep Puri was telling us just a while ago. I mean, this was in the package, but earlier he spoke to us on budget day, allowing purchases based on prices, market prices, rather than political alignment. Okay, so I come back to you, Mr. Minda. The point that you were making about this being a political question is well taken. But my question is, when you say that now we should be growing more than 8%, is the private sector really willing, ready to shoulder the burden? Because we have seen the private sector not coming in with the money, not putting the money where the mouth is. And that's something which was flagged by the economic survey also. So now you think with the mother of the deals and the daddy of the deals all in place, the private sector has to now start sharing its share of responsibility.
So yes, I would say you must have seen there in the recent budget also, and on the top of the budget, the today deal, there are a lot of ease of doing business in different sector has been announced. Our, one of the pillar from our SOCHM this year, we have requested government for 5-pillar approach. First and foremost is Make in India. And for Make in India, we requested government for different areas in the ease of doing business. Then MSME growth. And you have seen the MSME outlay of 10,000 crore and 5,000 crore in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And the ease of doing business also you have seen in taxation, you have seen in custom duty, digitization initiatives, and of course sustainability. So with all these 5 pillars, the recent budget announcement, I think the mood is very positive. In our sector, we have been investing. You have seen many of them setting the car plants coming into different zones and the component manufacturing. I think this will be horizontal deployed in all the sector once the demand increases. And, we all have to focus on localization. We all in all sector, we in SOCHMs are, now telling our membership, the government is doing whatever they are doing, their best because of their deficit, trade balance, and whatever is in their pocket, I would say. But the onus is on us now to see that what is good for the nation. How can we improve how can we, work together, and with all this ease of doing business, how can we reduce imports and in each sectors and, positive trade balance, balance in with the export and export by increasing our productivity and quality.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, I would have wanted to have this question also from you as to whether this trade deal is going to adversely impact the otherwise favorable balance of trade situation with the United States. But maybe later, Mr. Minda, thank you so much for joining us as we have to move on and to the next one, which is the ups and downs of the turbulence that India-US, not just the trade relationship, but the larger relationship went through because of the kind of Trump tantrums we had to live with the tariffs going up, going down, going up, going down. Let's look at the details.
India has clinched a landmark trade deal with the United States yesterday. US President Donald Trump announced an immediate reduction in reciprocal tariffs on Indian exports. The breakthrough was confirmed following a phone call between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This brings immediate tariff relief to Indian exporters and signals a reset in bilateral trade relations between the two biggest democracies. Trump's announcement comes shortly after India signed a major free trade agreement with the European Union, a move widely seen as increasing pressure on Washington to close the deal. The India-EU deal, dubbed the mother of all deals and finalized after nearly 2 decades of negotiations, gives India sweeping duty-free access to the European Union's $572.3 billion pharmaceuticals and medical devices market. The US tariff cut also comes a day after India presented its union budget, with key provisions aimed at offsetting the impact of Trump's 50% tariffs on Indian goods. Even as the deal was sealed, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar departed for the United States to attend a ministerial meeting on critical minerals, underscoring the broader strategic engagement underway. The India-US trade talks had slowed significantly since August, when ties took a sharp downturn after Washington imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing New Delhi's continued purchase of Russian oil. In July, Trump had already announced additional tariffs on all Indian goods, warning of penalties if India continued energy imports from Russia. The impasse finally began to ease after months of negotiations. In September, President Trump publicly expressed hope that the dispute would be resolved soon. And in December, Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke over the telephone, reviewing progress in the India-US partnership. While there was no immediate announcement on trade, both leaders acknowledged discussions on expanding cooperation in critical technologies, energy, defense, security, and trade. In January, US Ambassador Sergio Gore confirmed that the two countries were inching closer to a trade agreement. And yesterday, it was finally announced. The deal not only delivers relief to Indian exporters, but also reinforces India's growing leverage in global trade negotiations.
All right, friends, let's film a short break, because on the other side, we are coming up with Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal's statement on the Indo-US trade deal that he's going to make from his office in the Commerce Ministry just a while later at 5:15.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion. So there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims. But the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump is back.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and we in a short while from now, in fact, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will be making his first statement. And in fact, as many would say, the man of the moment, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has been part of the entire negotiating team. Abhishek, you've been following very closely what was essentially seen as the first of its block as the first trade deal with the United States of America happened to be the last set of the countries which have actually managed to get that trade deal. But many would say not just the mother of the deals, but the father of deals happening with the United States of America as far as this deal goes. 18% as far as the reciprocal tariffs are concerned. The fine print as to what does this deal essentially mean for you and I and for various other sectors where this would have a direct impact. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through the fine print of the deal. And of course, at 5:15 this evening is when Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal would be addressing. First up, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Lok Sabha chaos as Rahul Gandhi's speech stopped over ex-army chief. Memo mentioned Congress parliamentarians throw papers at chair, later suspended.
ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है.
Rahul Gandhi's big charge on US trade deal says Prime Minister is compromised, sold the nation. Republic has the inside scoop from NDA Parliamentary meeting. Prime Minister Modi says India-US trade sign of a new world order. Dalal Street cheers India-US deal, markets soar over 2.5% on India-US pact. And the first statement from Kremlin on the trade deal. Kremlin says no signal from India on buying Russian oil.
निकाल लिया उसने.
Ladies and gentlemen, India-US trade deal has undoubtedly been one of a kind, slashing the reciprocal tariffs down to about 18%. Now, as what we have essentially pointed out, Pranav, what was being talked about as perhaps being the first trade deal that the United States of America would have had was with India. Turned out to be one of the last set. Well, but having said that, we still do not know the fine print as far as this trade deal goes. This morning, there was a lot of confusion as far as oil is concerned. Are we really stopping buying oil from Russia? Kremlin has put out a statement just a short while back. Now, that's the other big lead now coming in. The fine print is something that even Abhishek is in the studio. We're going to take her through the details in a short while from now. Pranav, but first to you, with regards to what are you picking up in terms of what's in the deal?
Well, the government has clearly mentioned, if you looked at the measured response that the government of India has put out, we are clearly not compromising on certain sectors that are labor intensive, that matter to, job creation within the country. So dairy sector, agriculture sector are definitely not getting compromised, is what the government has clarified, is what sources tell us. That's something that we protected when it comes to deals with other countries such as Australia, such as with EU. And we are firm on the fact that these sectors will not be compromised, is what government is telling us as far as these sectors go.
Well, in fact, the devil lies in the details. As far as concessions are concerned, that clarity hasn't really come in. What are the concessions that we've essentially given to US at this stage? Is there any clarity with regards to how are we really going about?
Well, what we are understanding is that the fine print is still work in progress. Union Minister Piyush Goyal, S. Jaishankar, if I'm not wrong, is already working on the project. So we are expecting some sort of clarity over the next few days. If you remember, quite like the EU deal, which though the announcement was made, it's still going to go through legal scrutiny. What we are also understanding is that parliamentary clearances are also required. So obviously it's going to take about a year. And on similar lines, when we were talking to our sources within the industry, what we learned was that the US-India trade deal is also likely to follow a similar process of legal scrutiny as well as, legislative clearances.
Well, in fact, two such things that we have picked up as far as Americans are concerned, because this is what the Americans are saying, because they seem to be, putting out more information as to what exactly is in the deal. First, with regards to the claim that Trump has essentially made that we are essentially going to buy more than $500 billion worth of American goods, which basically includes energy, technology, agriculture and coal products. And perhaps if we can get Abhishek ready on this, because a short while back, the Secretary of Agriculture has put out a statement saying that there would be access as far as agricultural sector is concerned, which means American products also come in. Because I'm just going to quote what US Agriculture Secretary has stated, saying that the trade deal will improve the access to American farm products to India's massive market. So what does that essentially mean right now in terms of bringing in American goods? Does that not become a cause of concern?
We need to again wait for the fine print, because though market access is given, there are a lot of challenges in terms of standards, in terms of, non-tariff barriers. We need to, really get into the fine print to understand whether even if the tariffs are removed, even if the tariffs are reduced, whether the fine print actually also removes or addresses the non-tariff barriers is something we need to look at. So we'll obviously have to wait and watch. But Abhishek, isn't it, as far as in fact, the 500 billion number that you mentioned, if you remember just yesterday when we were talking to one of the experts, he says India's export basket is itself valued at 700 billion. How is it that India is going to really export products worth 500 billion from just one nation?
Well, in fact, I'm not too sure if Abhishek is just ready. We'll just bring him in a while from now. First, let me also take you through what exactly does this mean as far as the markets are concerned. The markets undoubtedly has been unstoppable. There's been bullish energy today as India and the United States have locked in a game-changing trade deal. Now, here are some of the market highlights. BSE Sensex exploded over 2,000 points right out of the gate, while the Nifty 50 basically surged over 600 points. The Indian rupee powered ahead by 1.2%, firming sharply to around 90 rupees per dollar as export competitiveness gets a massive boost for textiles, pharma, chemicals, gems and jewelry, seafood, apparel and more. Now, from tariff threats hanging like a dark cloud to this triumphant breakthrough, the India-US deal has unleashed the bulls full throttle, delivering a blockbuster session that screams confidence, restored a momentum, reloaded. Dalal Street is back in the beast mode. So some of the quick highlights, if I may ask you, how the market has basically responded. It was on the expected lines also. I believe Ashish Wakankar is joining us on this broadcast. Perhaps, Pranav, you can take this forward.
Sure. Ashish, thank you very much for joining us. We saw the markets rallying today. I mean, after the budget day where we witnessed a massive, a long red candle formed. Yesterday, there were some green shoots, and today the market is opened with gap up. How do you read the candle? It opened 5% up, and it's now closed 2.5%. So that's about a 2.5% of loss during the day. How do you view this candle technically? How do you view this?
Thanks, Pranav. Thanks for inviting. As many would say, this kind of reaction from the market was expected. If you look at it, the sectors which were badly affected, with like knitted apparels, garments, shrimp exports, these were some of the sectors which probably had some of the highest tariff imposed on them. So when the headwinds are cleared, it's only natural that some of these sectors would would have better visibility of earnings. And what you saw today was the companies and the sector was within this rally. So it's kind of expected. I wouldn't say this is surprising. But as and how we move ahead over the days, as the fine print of the deal comes out, we will have a better clarity. I think the one, data point which I would say one needs to look at and follow very carefully are the tweets coming from our Prime Minister. They are more calibrated, they are more nuanced than the ones coming from the other side. So one thing is very clear, that we have conveyed our compliments to the American side for bringing down the tariff to 18%. But as I was hearing you also speak right now on the channel along with Shravan, I think the fine print is more important. I'm not too worried about the legal part of it, nor the the legislative part of it. I'm fairly confident it will go through. But I think the fine print, as far as the trade agreement is concerned, once it comes out, we will have a better clarity. But till then, I think markets will keep on moving. And there could be some volatility also, given the fact that news flow will be there. There will be some counterpoints that will come out. But overall, I think the path is quite clear, and the intent is very clear that we are headed towards signing this trade agreement, which was pending for a while. And last but definitely not the least, one good thing is the India-EU deal took 19 years. This has probably taken 8-9 months. So over the next few months, the clarity will even emerge, and we'll have a better idea.
Do you think the late night announcement of the trade deal kind of trapped those who were shorting India? I mean, are you long India now? Do you think the FIIs have a reason to be long India now?
The FIIs had a reason to long India always, because this is the only large economy which is growing at 8+%. Okay, you had PK with you, and he's one of the foremost guys who had seen this come through. I mean, I don't think anybody saw 8+% GDP growth coming other than PK. So anyway, my point is, everything, you look at the inflation, for the first time the inflation has gone down to sub 1%. I'd never thought in my life India's CPI inflation would be less than 1%. You have an economy which is growing at 8.2%. The drivers of India's growth are investment-led. You have nearly 11 trillion rupees worth of capital expenditure the government is doing. There is no stimulus given to the economy. There is nothing to say that the government has not been disciplined in terms of its glide path of fiscal deficit. As far as fiscal deficit, every metric, I think the government has ticked all the check boxes and it's done a fabulous job. So the only natural part of such an economy will be seen on the corporate and then the corporate earnings. So I don't see a reason why the foreign institutional investors who have a long-term view, I don't know about traders, I don't understand that part at all, but long-term investors who have the appetite and the ability to take at least a 5+ year view. And now with the recent 20-year tax holiday, I think you have a clear visibility in front of you. There is a reason that there was a rush towards the AI stocks, which India lacked. So investments moved. There was a huge amount of profit taking, and some element of it moved to US, some element of the profits moved to China. But long term, I don't think there is any other market, any other economy which they and of this size that they can miss. So India is an all-time all 365 days, next 5-10 years destination for foreign investors.
That this could probably be a knee-jerk reaction, and that, as you rightly said, that there could be a devil in the detail, and there could be one more reaction from the market if things do not work out the way it is expecting probably today.
Sorry, that's for me?
Perhaps
for Ashish.
Take that to Gurneet, because Gurneet is...
Gurneet, Gurneet, if you could help me. I mean, Ashish was telling us that the markets have reacted positively. The FII seem to have a reason to come back to India as long-term investors. What we were asking was that if the market has already reacted today on the news that there is a trade deal being signed between India and the US, do you think there is a further reaction or a further correction possible if the finer print print reveals that, the devil is in the detail and things do not actually work out or seem to be as rosy as the trade deal promised them to be? Do you think the markets could correct themselves once again?
See, in the short run, depending upon the blueprint, somehow I don't think so. There'll be too many negatives there. But assuming there could be some knee-jerk reaction. But you have to look at beyond markets. See, markets eventually will reflect economy. See, the textile sector in India employs about 4.5 crore people and almost like 10 crore households, which is the second largest after agriculture. And there was an impact. So two things have happened. You have an India-EU deal, which has happened. So EU makes up 20% of our textile. US makes up around 30% of our sales. So suddenly 50% of the market, you are now as competitive, in fact, more competitive than a lot of trading partners. In EU, for example, Pakistan and our export share in apparel is same, 4%, 5%. You have Bangladesh at 20%. You have Turkey, you have, a host of other nations. So I think there is a huge opportunity here, not from a market point of view, but, in terms of upliftment of the broader sector because it employs so many people. Second, from an FII perspective, on the secondary market, they've been selling India for a while now. And the reasons were that they found more opportunities attractive in US, in China, in Korea. India missed the AI trade a little bit. And a lot of money actually went to markets which offered that AI and high-tech trade. So at some point of time now, with the growth coming back and earnings coming back, I think the FII flows will also return. I don't agree that what you have seen today is just a glimpse of what will happen if deal is implemented in true spirit. I think because FIIs are net sellers, they are 88% short on the market, and they have pulled out almost a little over $100 billion in the last 2.5 years. I think we haven't seen any flows. In fact, I'll be surprised even if the flows are today a very large positive number. So I think, flows will return provided, our earnings catch up. I think if there's only good news, but if the corporate earnings do not catch up and remain in single digit, then I think the FIs are not going to come back irrespective of the trade deal or no trade deal.
I would want to ask you here, do corporate earnings have a reason that they may not gather?
Sorry to interrupt you. I believe there's a breaking news now coming in. I'll just request Gurneet also to stay with us as we just move out of the story coming in from the DGCA. This is with regards to what we reported just about 24 hours ago as far as the fuel switch defect that was reported from Air India Bengaluru London flight. DGCA, it seems, have now put out a statement in which I'm given to understand that there has been a response coming in. This is what the DGCA says before I go across to Harsha. In the statement, they're categorically pointing out that there has been no abnormal engine parameters, cautions, warnings or related system messages were observed during engine start or at any time thereafter. The flight was completed without incident. Applied external force in an incorrect direction caused the switch to move easily from run to cutoff due to the angular base plate allowing slip when pressed improperly with finger or thumb. Now, just to simplify this, it now seems that the DGCA is saying that the fuel switch defect or the fuel switch that has essentially happened from run to cutoff has actually happened because of an error that was made by the pilot. Let me also bring in my colleague Harsha. Harsha, it seems a pure contradiction here. Air India, in its statement, had admitted that such a thing actually happened. DGCA now goes on to say that this has happened because the fuel switch was moved from run to cutoff by the pilot himself.
Yes, Shravan, you rightly pointed out, and just now I spoke to Mr. Siddiqui as well, who's a DGCA DG. He clearly told me that we are not trying to put the onus on the pilot. Rather, we are trying to tell everyone that there was no issue and there was unnecessary contact. If you read some words used in this DGCA statement, they clearly are stating, because pilot said that 2 times he tried. Kumar Gaurav was the pilot in command of the aircraft. He tried 2 times, but automatically the control switch went from run to cutoff. But here in the DGCA notice, they are clearly stating that on the third attempt, the switch latched correctly in the run.
You know what is surprising also, Harsha, I'm just sorry to interrupt you here, because from the statement, and I'm just quoting from the statement, they say both left and right switches were checked and they were found satisfactory with the locking tooth fully seated and not slipping from run to cut-off. When full force was applied parallel to the base plate, the switch remained secure. However, applying external force in an incorrect direction caused the switch to move easily from run to cut-off. So it seems there are 2 points. One, with regards to the lock, which prevents a move from run to cut-off. There too, it seems that there was a problem that has been reported on your screens right now. That's the exact paragraph that we're basically highlighting, where it seems that the DGCA in just about 24 hours has been able to come to a conclusion that it is an error that was being made, and that is the reason why when this report actually came in, it suggested that this was an error that was made by the pilot and has nothing to do with the aircraft itself. So far, no action has been taken by Air India as far as these Dreamliners are concerned. Remember, this is the same Dreamliner that met with that ill-fated accident in the month of June last year. As far as this flight is concerned, Harsha, anything that the airline is saying, is the airline once again defending the fact that there is no problem, despite the fact that there have been other federal agencies abroad who have basically raised this concern that there is a problem as far as this panel is concerned?
Shravan, Air India has been giving temperature response yesterday also and today as well. In fact, Boeing also stated that there is no mechanical or electrical issue in the Boeing aircraft. Air India yesterday came out with the temperature response that the checks were done. The Boeing aircraft Dreamliner was perfectly fine. There was no issue with the fuel control switch. Today they said it, and the DGCA observation also clearly states that there is an issue with pilot. That means that clearly tried to tell that there was incorrect positioning which was being tried to be made by the pilot. That means that pilot was untrained. Are they trying to put the onus on pilot by saying that he was not very well trained to handle the mechanism of the Boeing, that he was not well trained to be aware of the fuel control switch? Because if we see the logbook entry, Mr. Kumar Gaurav, the pilot in command, clearly stated that twice he tried, the switch was not being locked, and it was continuously slipping from run to cut-off. 2 attempts failed, and the observation says that third attempt was successful. In third attempt, it was unnecessary contact, while Kumar Gaurav in the logbook entry has never stated it. And yesterday when we spoke to several experts, they also stated that this was a very dangerous situation and the flight should have been AOG in London Heathrow only. But the flight came to Bangalore. It was AOG. And since morning, the Boeing inspections are being conducted. And today, Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu in the Parliament also off record stated that the inspections are underway. There's no issue with the Boeing. The Boeing also gives the temperature response. There's no issue with the Dreamliner. And Air India has been giving temperature response since the AI-171 crash. So this time also, like the AI-171, a mindset is being tried to be flouted that this is pilot. This is not the Boeing mechanism. This is not the Boeing system. This is not the Boeing electrical failure or the engine issue in which the Boeing is not working fine. It's the pilot error. It's the pilot issue. Back to you.
Well, Harsha, thank you very much for getting us that big breaking news coming in. In fact, we're waiting for a statement to come in from Air India, because if you see the statement that was issued by the airline, there appears to be a clear contradiction on this entire issue. Coming up, the man of the moment, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who would be addressing the media in a short while from now.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
This morning,
start a very important briefing for which there was a great desire from your side. Commerce Minister will issue a statement on the US deal. there will be no Q&A. Sir will have make the statement in Hindi and in English. Thank you. Over to sir.
मित्रों, आज हर भारतवासी देश भर में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का साधुवाद कर रहा है कि उन्होंने यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के साथ एक बहुत ही बढ़िया ट्रेड डील, जिसका देशवासियों को कई महीनों से इंतजार था, संपन्न किया है। देशहित और जनहित को सामने रखते हुए एक बड़ा मजबूत भारत के भविष्य को चार चांद लगाने वाला ट्रेड डील माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कल रात फाइनलाइज किया गया है। मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की तरफ से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करता हूं और आप सभी को बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि ये वास्तव में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को, भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिकों को, हर गरीब, किसान, मछुआरा, गांव में रहने वाला युवा, युवती, हमारी बहनें, महिलाएं, सभी के लिए ढेर सारे अवसर लाने वाला ट्रेड डील माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कल तय किया। साधारणतः तो हम पार्लियामेंट में बोलना चाहते थे इसके बारे में, लेकिन हम सबने देखा भद्दा दृश्य, जिस प्रकार से विपक्ष विशेषकर राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके मित्र पक्ष डीएमके, तृणमूल कांग्रेस, समाजवादी पार्टी, कितना भद्दा व्यवहार आज उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में किया। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी की आसन तक पहुंचकर उनका अपमान किया। मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं विपक्ष की, राहुल गांधी जी की, जिसके कारण हम पार्लियामेंट के बदले आज आपके समक्ष यहां पे जानकारी देने आए हैं। हम सब जानते हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने मित्रता के रखते प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप के साथ जो उनके आत्मीय संबंध है, उसके मद्देनजर जो ट्रेड डील यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के साथ फाइनलाइज की है, वो हमारे सभी पड़ोसी, सभी आसपास के देश, सभी जो देश हमारे साथ स्पर्धा करते हैं, उन सभी देशों में सबसे बढ़िया डील भारत को मिली है। आप सबको, हम सबको मिली है, जो देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए शुभ संकेत लाती है। हम सब जानते हैं महीनों से हमारी नेगोशिएटिंग टीम्स यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के अधिकारियों के साथ, मंत्रियों के साथ लगातार डायलॉग बनाए हुए थी, बातचीत में कर रही थी। कई सारे जटिल विषय थे, कई सारी समस्याएं थी। भारत के ऊपर 50% रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ लगा हुआ था। उद्योग जगत को, हमारे किसानों को जो बड़ी मात्रा में निर्यात करते हैं, सभी को तकलीफ हो रही थी। हमारे मरीन एक्सपोर्टर्स, सी फूड एक्सपोर्टर्स भी दिक्कत में थे। वस्त्र क्षेत्र, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में भी आवश्यकता थी कि ये रेट कम हो। यहां तक कि कुछ दिन पहले तक विपक्ष के नेता भी हमें पूछ रहे थे कि कब होगा यूएस डील। और मैं हैरान हूं, ये डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स जो राहुल गांधी जी बार बार दिखाते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कल इतनी बढ़िया डील भारत के लिए तय की है जो इतने वर्ष, एक महीनों में हम तय नहीं कर पा रहे थे। उन्होंने अपने मित्रता के आधार पर भारत के हितों को प्राथमिकता देते हुए और भारत की तेज गति से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था को विश्व के सामने जिस प्रकार से पेश किया है, उसके चलते भारत को यह बढ़िया डील माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मिली है। मैं पुनः एक बार उनके नेतृत्व के लिए, उनके मार्गदर्शन के लिए और जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने जनहित और देशहित को संभाला है, उसके लिए उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं। मित्रों, हम सब जानते हैं, पूरा देश जानता है किस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा हमारे किसानों के लिए, पशुपालन के साथ जुड़े हुए हमारे भाई बहनों के लिए, डेयरी सेक्टर के लिए लगातार चिंतित रहते हैं, उनके हितों की संरक्षण करते हैं। यहां तक कि हमने देखा इतना बड़ा ट्रेड डील, रीजनल कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप आरसेप, जिसमें कांग्रेस ने भारत को झोंक दिया था 2011-12 में, एक प्रकार से चाइना के साथ एफटीए करने का पाप राहुल गांधी ने किया था। उससे भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश को बचाया और आरसेप से जुड़ने से इनकार कर दिया, जिसके बाद पूरे देश में राहत की सब चारों ओर से सूचना आई थी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमेशा एग्रीकल्चर और डेयरी, इन दोनों सेक्टर्स को संभाला है, उनके हितों को संभाला है और इस क्षेत्र में लोगों को उज्जवल भविष्य मिले और मौके मिले, आमदनी बढ़े, उसके लिए लगातार काम किया है। कभी उनके साथ, उनके हितों के साथ समझौता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नहीं होने दिया और मुझे खुशी है कि पूरा देश इस बात को समझता है, इस बात का उनको आकलन है। और यूएस ट्रेड डील में भी भारत के जो सेंसिटिव सेक्टर्स हैं, एग्रीकल्चर को लेके, डेयरी को लेके, उनको संरक्षित किया गया है। हमने पूरे देश भर से आई हुई खबरों को देखा, चारों ओर उल्लास है। हमारे जितने लोग भारत के निर्यात में जुड़े हुए हैं, भारत के टेक्नोलॉजी सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए हैं, भारत में नई आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी लाकर यहाँ ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन्स, ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन्स का हिस्सा बनना चाहते हैं, ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स लगाना चाहते हैं, निवेश करना चाहते हैं। अलग अलग क्षेत्र जो विशेषकर लेबर इंटेंसिव है, जिसमें लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को नौकरी का, रोजगार का साधन मिलता है, वो सब कितने उत्साहित हैं इस ट्रेड डील से। हमारे मछुआरे जो सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से सभी कोस्टल रीजन्स में खुशी मनाई है, ये दर्शाता है कि ये ट्रेड डील भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य का शुभ संकेत लेके आई है। मित्रों, मैं मानता हूं कि इस ट्रेड डील से हमारे जो सूक्ष्म लघु और मध्यम उद्योग है, एमएसएमई सेक्टर है, हमारे इंजीनियरिंग सेक्टर के सभी प्लेयर्स, चाहे ऑटो कंपोनेंट्स बनाते हो, एयरक्राफ्ट पार्ट्स बनाते हो, इंजीनियरिंग के अलग अलग प्रकार के सामान अमेरिका में बेचने का काम करते हो या भविष्य में करना चाहे, हमारे टेक्सटाइल क्षेत्र, हमारा जेम एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर, हमारा लेदर गुड सेक्टर, हमारा मरीन गुड सेक्टर, सभी को ढेर सारे अवसर, ढेर सारे मौके इस ट्रेड डील के माध्यम से मिलेंगे। बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी जैसे नकारात्मक सोच रखने वाले नेता देश को आज गुमराह या भ्रमित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं राहुल गांधी जी की। झूठ और फरेब के नाम पे वो लोगों को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं। उनको देश की तरक्की से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था बना है, उनको उससे कोई दिलचस्पी नहीं है। उनका बस चले तो जिस प्रकार से यूपीए के राज में, कांग्रेस के राज में 10 वर्षों में उन्होंने भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को ध्वस्त कर दिया था, फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमी बना दी, महंगाई से लोगों को परेशान कर दिया, विकास यात्रा ठप कर दी, उनका बस चलेगा तो भारत को फिर एक बार उसी प्रकार से देखना चाहेंगे। और मुझे नहीं लगता भारत का एक भी व्यक्ति, एक भी नागरिक उनके इस भ्रामक सोच के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ सकता है। राहुल गांधी जी एक नकारात्मक सोच के प्रतीक है और उनके साथ जुड़कर डीएमके पार्टी के नेता हो, तृणमूल के नेता हो, चाहे वो समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता हो, इन सभी ने शायद भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य, हमारे युवा युवतियों को जो नए अवसर मिल रहे हैं, जो हमारा उद्योग तेज गति से आगे प्रगति करने के लिए तट पर है, जो नए नए क्षेत्र, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हो, सेमीकंडक्टर्स हो, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स हो, नए नए अति आधुनिक जो क्षेत्र खुल रहे हैं, उसमें जो हमें यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका से मदद मिल सकती है, जो वहां से हमें सामान मिल सकता है, हाई क्वालिटी, हाई परफॉर्मेंस डेटा सेंटर्स भारत में आ सकते हैं, लाखों करोड़ रुपए का जो निवेश हम भारत में आकर्षित करने में जुटे हुए हैं। राहुल गांधी जी को क्या मिर्ची लगती है? राहुल गांधी जी को देश की प्रगति से नफरत है? राहुल गांधी जी को हमारी बहनों से, हमारे युवा युवतियों से कोई नाराजगी है जो उनका उज्जवल भविष्य उनसे देखा नहीं जाता है? उन्होंने जवाब देना पड़ेगा देश की जनता को कि इस नकारात्मक सोच के पीछे वो क्या चाहते हैं। और मित्रों, मैं पूरी तरीके से निंदा करता हूं राहुल गांधी जी और उनके सभी पार्टी और मित्र पक्ष के नेताओं का, जो इस प्रकार की ओछी सोच, नकारात्मक सोच फैलाने का पाप कर रहे हैं। वो भारत का उज्जवल भविष्य नहीं चाहते। वो हर प्रकार से राजनीतिक अराजकता फैलाने की कोशिश करते हैं। पार्लियामेंट में आपने उनका रवैया देखा, उनका सोच पूरे देश ने देखा। वो हमारे आर्मी के जवानों पर कम विश्वास करते हैं, हमारे सेना के ऊपर प्रश्न चिन्ह उठाते हैं, हमारे उद्योग जगत के भविष्य को खराब करना चाहते हैं। मुझे लगता है अब समय आ गया है कि देश की जनता, राहुल गांधी जी हो, ममता बनर्जी जी हो, चाहे तृणमूल के अभिषेक बैनर्जी हो या तमिलनाडु के एमके स्टालिन, उदयनिधि स्टालिन, बालू, श्री बालू जी, श्री मारन जी, कानीमोजी जी, कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के नेता, समाजवादी के अखिलेश यादव जी, देश की जनता इन सब नेताओं से माफी मांगेगी और उनको जवाबदेही ठहराएगी उनके इस नकारात्मक रवैये के लिए। वो जनहित के पूरी तरीके से खिलाफ है, वो देश की प्रगति, देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के खिलाफ है। अनाप शनाप आरोप लगा रहे हैं और जिस प्रकार के विषय उठा रहे हैं, एक नेता ने पूछा, अमेरिकी अध्यक्ष ने, अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति ने पहले क्यों ट्वीट किया? अरे भाई, रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ तो अमेरिका ने लगाया था, अमेरिका ने रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ कम करना था। तो जब उनको टैरिफ कम करना है और 50 से सीधा 18% इतना कम हुआ, तो उसकी जानकारी तो उधर से ही आएगी। स्वाभाविक है कि उनको टैरिफ कम करना है, तो उसकी जानकारी राष्ट्रपति माननीय डोनाल्ड ट्रंप जी देंगे। और इस मौके पे मैं माननीय राष्ट्रपति डोनाल्ड ट्रंप का भी धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मित्रता का सम्मान किया। उन्होंने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को विश्व का, हमारे स्पर्धा वाले देशों में सबसे अच्छा, बढ़िया ट्रेड डील दिया और आगे चल के भारत और अमेरिका के बीच संबंध और मजबूत हो और उज्जवल भविष्य दोनों देशों के लोगों का हम सुनिश्चित करें, उसकी शुभेच्छा दी। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये जो ट्रेड डील की गई है, ये मात्र एक ट्रेड डील नहीं है, ये एक पड़ाव है भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य का। ये आगे आने वाले दिनों का शुभ संकेत है, जब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था और तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगी। आज चारों ओर इसकी सराहना देखने को मिलती है। कल रात से ही जिस प्रकार से देश और विदेश में लोग इस डील की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार से चारों ओर लोग सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं भारत और यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के बीच ये डील, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये जो जनता ने ठुकराए हुए नेता हैं, द फेल्ड ग्रुप ऑफ disparate, disgruntled and rejected leaders of the Congress party and their friends in the DMK, Trinamool Congress, Communist parties, Samajwadi Party, the entire India Alliance leaders who have failed India very badly, who have failed Bharat in all respects, will be rejected by the people of India, who will teach them a lesson for their negativity and for their anti-India, anti-national thinking. Friends, we stand for the people of India, we stand for national interest, and today 140 crore Indians are celebrating a trade deal which is under final stages of detailing between the negotiating teams of both countries. We will be shortly issuing a joint statement by both countries along with the details which we will be shortly inking between the United States of America and India. And as soon as the final understanding of the deal is inked and the joint statement is finalized, technical processes are completed, full details will be shared. But I can assure the people of India, I can assure 140 crore brothers and sisters that this is a deal that will make every Indian proud, that will protect the interest of every Indian and provide huge opportunities for all the people of India and will protect the sensitive sectors, the interests of our agriculture and our dairy sectors in full respect, opening up huge opportunities for our labor-intensive sectors, export sectors in textiles, plastics, apparel, home decor, leather and footwear, gems and jewelry, organic chemicals, rubber goods, machineries, so many products, aircraft components. This is truly a deal that every Indian can be proud of. India is a fast-growing economy. We are the fastest growing large economy in the country, in the world. India's demand is continuously increasing. Our demand for ICT products, our demand for data center equipment, our demand for high quality technology and innovation, our demand for raw materials is continuously rising. And in that situation, this deal also opens up opportunities for India to get the best in class, world-class technologies to further power the India growth story, the Indian economy. I commend this deal to every Indian, to 140 crore Bharatvasis. Thank you very much.
Right, that was Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal was giving a statement on the India-US trade deal and at the same time hitting back at the opposition over their narrative around the trade deal and what happened in the parliament today, saying that Rahul Gandhi is misleading the nation with his lies. Meanwhile, he also said that the trade deal ushers in India into a new era of economic growth, and also saying that Congress is the one who forced China deal on India in 2012. He spoke about the China deal, hitting back with that charge, saying that Modi government has not compromised on agriculture. So remember, agriculture was one of the sticky points as far as this trade deal is concerned, and there have been murmurs that that what really has been the deal as far as agriculture is concerned. Rahul Gandhi and Congress leaders had been trying to raise questions on this point, so much so that even goes on to say, Rahul Gandhi even goes on to say that Prime Minister Modi has sold off the nation. But today we had the Commerce Minister hitting back, saying that this US deal, their trade deal with US, protects the farmers, protects the dairy sector. There has been no compromise on agriculture. And in fact, he goes on to say that Rahul Gandhi is only trying to mislead the nation and that Congress intends to propagate political anarchy. We also have some breaking news coming in right now. There's going to be a joint statement to be issued very, very soon. India and United States will be issuing a joint statement on the trade deal shortly. So that's the update we are getting in right now. The world has its eyes on this trade deal, and India and US are going to issue this joint statement. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, joins us on the broadcast for more. Abhishek, what do we expect from the statement? There's going to be a joint statement very shortly.
Well, Rakshita, we had a political headback, so to say, from Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal at the opposition, specifically Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, for the manner in which he has sought to not just politicize but even trivialize some of the gains made by India by questioning the issue of agriculture sector, dairy sector. To that extent, the statement by Commerce Minister has been clarificatory in nature, saying that no farmers' interests have been compromised. In fact, Piyush Goyal took it right into the Congress camp, saying that this is the same party which had signed RCEP, which was a deal with ASEAN nations, but essentially a proxy for China entry, and in a way it was an indirect trade deal with China. And the Modi government back in 2015-16 walked out of RCEP on those grounds. So Commerce Minister there making it clear Congress has no locus to really attack the government when it comes to guarding the interests of the poor, the small and marginal farmers, and that's been taken care of. But still, the fact is that while this is the first authoritative statement coming in officially on record by the government on camera with Commerce Minister rushing in from Mumbai, coming back to New Delhi. He was in fact supposed to make a statement in the Parliament, but the Lok Sabha got adjourned for the day. So I think that's the reason why, given the pressures of the news cycle, remember, the statement had to be made, so it has been done now. Maybe a more detailed, comprehensive statement with more from the finer print would be made tomorrow in the Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, and then maybe we would know more about the specifics. Also, it's likely, given the fact that it's a joint deal, and perhaps President Trump, like it is his wont, has jumped the gun by going on Twitter or Truth Social and making that post. The fact of the matter is that it has to be a joint announcement. So whether President Trump flies down to New Delhi or Prime Minister Modi goes to Washington, D.C. Remember, Prime Minister did that when the India-UK trade deal was signed. Similarly, with the mother of all deals, the India-EU deal, the EU leadership traveled to New Delhi. So these are big moments, big occasions. So obviously that moment would be, I think, being talked about by the respective diplomatic teams. Remember, as we speak, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar happens to be in Washington, D.C. to participate in the Pax Silica summit of the Trump administration. So you can expect those details to really emerge. But this statement by Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is essentially a combat from the government coming in to make sure that the opposition does not escalate from here on and a wrong perception does not go that any kind of compromise has been made generally about the trade deal between India and the United States, and specifically the dairy and the agriculture sector.
Absolutely. That's a very important clarification that has come in from the government, from the Commerce Minister himself on the agriculture part. Of course, that has been a very crucial point between the two nations. Thank you so much, Abhishek. We'll keep coming back to you as we expect the joint statement very, very soon. India-US joint statement on the trade deal coming up, viewers. We will be keeping a close eye on that. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Hi. Good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal. And
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on India?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whatever is agreed today could have been agreed before. Nothing is gained. There's no pressure. India has no, U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command of for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important that he can get every other country to fall into line. But the U.S. market is not very important in this way. The main lesson...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narvane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narvane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narvane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita with you. And joining me in the studios is my colleague Ishani Mitra. And we are going to tell you about the different angles, the separate important angles of this trade deal between India and the United States, as we are expecting a joint statement very, very soon. Ishita, it's been important to understand what really has gone behind this trade deal and why is it so important today when it actually materializes.
Right, of course, Rakshita, this comes after months of stalled negotiations, and now the two economies have come together, announced a deal, a sharp cut in tariff from 50% to 18%. So it's important to know what exactly went behind the curtain, what did bring the change in President Trump, and of course we'll decode all of that for you. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines.
Big charge by Piyush Goyal. He says that Congress had forced China deal on India.
A बड़ा ट्रेड डील, रीजनल कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप आरसेप, जिसमें कांग्रेस ने भारत को झोंक दिया था 2011-12 में, एक प्रकार से चाइना के साथ एफटीए करने का पाप राहुल गांधी ने किया था, उससे भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश को बचाया.
Lok Sabha chaos as Rahul Gandhi's speech is stopped over ex-army chief's memoir. Mentioned Congress MPs throw papers at the chair, later suspended.
ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है.
Rahul Gandhi's big charge on US trade deal says the Prime Minister is compromised and he sold the nation.
Republic has the inside scoop from the India Parliamentary meet. Prime Minister Modi says India-US trade deal a sign of a new world order.
And a first statement from Kremlin on trade deal. Kremlin says no signal from India on not buying Russian oil.
All right, viewers, a top focus at this hour. Donald Trump's sudden shift on India has now raised eyebrows across global capitals. Now, just weeks ago, US President was threatening steep tariffs, calling India a tariff king and openly criticizing New Delhi over its purchase of Russian oil. But now the tone has flipped dramatically. Trump is praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi, calling him a great friend and announcing a reduced tariff trade deal that marks a major reset in the ties between India and the US. Now, this sharp reversal has triggered questions over what exactly changed. Real concessions, strategic pressure, or hard geopolitical maths from India's growing global leverage to its landmark trade pact with European Union, the mother of all deals. Multiple factors appear to be at play. So as Trump now resets, one thing is clear. Team Modi has turned trade pressure into diplomatic advantage. We break it down. What's behind this sudden U-turn?
India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. We do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And as you know, Prime Minister Modi's a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. One of the highest tariffs in the world. We get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade. and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly.
So after all this, Ichta, we now come down to this tweet. After these tantrums by Donald Trump, we come to what happened last night. Donald Trump's latest tweet, ladies and gentlemen, is all about that. It has set ripples across diplomatic and trade circles. There are threats, the tariffs and tough talk against India. Now it's a strikingly very dramatic, softer tone that praised Prime Minister Modi as a great friend, announcing a reduced tariff trade deal. In fact, the post was dripping with warmth. And Trump claims that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil, boost purchases from the United States, and lower trade barriers to zero.
All right, so it seems that Trump tried it all from high pressure to all the tactic sanctions, but India did not give in to that pressure. India stood its ground, played its card really well, and specifically, Rakshita, what we saw was strategic silence, strategic calm from India's side, which in fact played in its favor at the end of the day.
New Delhi never, of course, indulged in any sort of sagging match with Washington, D.C. and remained steadfast on its own terms. Let's take a listen in, viewers, on those. We'll tell you just those statements. We'll just play, just put that out for you. You know, it starts from 8th of March last year that you can't even sell anything in India. This is unfair. Very strong words used. And it just got worse day by day. From March, if you go to July 31st, they sell a lot to us, we buy a little from them. Then September, not looking at lowering tariffs on India. They said that we are not going to compromise at all. Then January, it says Modi is a good friend, good guy, we can raise tariffs. So this happens all this while, and not to forget what he said about India, that it's a dead economy. Russia and India can take their dead economies wherever they want to. And now they talk about, Prime Minister Modi and such a great friend he is. And, we get things done, so on and so forth. So you can see the contrast, the sheer U-turn by Donald Trump and why there has been diplomatic efforts. There have been consistent, persistent diplomatic efforts, ladies and gentlemen, so as to bring about this deal. And not to forget what was happening while the negotiations were on. Even his own Commerce Secretary had admitted that India refused to budge. Not just that, we were signing deals with the UK, with the European Union. That is called the mother of all deals, which also, somewhere set the tone and, set the ball rolling somewhere and fasten up the process.
Right, of course, India was signing deals with a lot of countries, right, from European Union to New Zealand to Oman. And while these FTAs were being signed, you see a dramatic change in Donald Trump's tariff tantrums. We're getting you exactly his statements and how the change came into being. Earlier, he said, don't care what India does with Russia. And now he says a trade deal out of respect for Prime Minister Modi. So you can see the sharp change that has come into his tone with the way he's addressing India and its regard for the trade deal. In fact, this is a change we're now witnessing from Donald Trump with regards to trade deal when he has realized how crucial its engagement in terms of economic is with India and also the kind of change that is now visible. Remember earlier he said little business with India due to high tariffs, and now he says Modi, Trump know how to get things done. So clearly a sharp change, a sharp U-turn in the way Donald Trump is now using his words with regard to trade deal.
In fact, India has really drawn the red lines very firmly in the India-US trade deal that keeps agriculture, dairy, rice, wheat, and the GM-free crops non-negotiable. So while the US, led by Trump and Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, highlighted the huge farm exports to India and billions in energy trade, New Delhi clearly focused on the opportunities for Indian farmers, MSMEs, and innovators under Make in India for the world. Make in India and make it for the world. The deal details remain unclear right now, but it keeps agriculture at the center of attention. In fact, let's take a listen to what the Prime Minister has said about keeping our nation first and our farmers first as well.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं।
And now, viewers, the agriculture, which is the elephant in the room, you know, it has been a point of contention as far as India is trying to negotiate with any country the deal. And here also, it has been a major factor. Of course, we heard Prime Minister Modi saying that he's going to keep the interest of farmers, those engaging in dairy sector and the fishermen at the forefront. Now, let's also take a look at what are the kind of statements coming in from both the sides as far as agriculture is concerned. Now, viewers, we have a statement from Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who said that there is vast opportunities for our farmers, MSMEs, and opportunities for entrepreneurs as well as skilled workers. And this is what is going to come out of this deal, what Commerce Minister is claiming. Now, this is what Indian side is saying, whereas we also have a statement from the Agriculture Secretary from the United States. In fact, she has mentioned that they will be exporting more American farm products to India's massive market. This is the statement coming in from the US side on this, saying that this is the claim they've made on farmers as far as the deal is concerned, saying that they will be exporting more American farm products to India's massive market. Now, remember, viewers, we do not have the fine print of the deal yet with us. So we also just, right, of course. Now,
yes, there has been, of course, a lot of talks about, there have been some reports also, Ishita, about that there could have been some access given to certain agricultural, products as part of the commitment under the deal. But that, I think, there are some fears that, or rather some, doubts that will be now cleared when we see the joint statement and the fine print of this trade deal coming in. We have former Ambassador D.P. Srivastav also joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador Srivastav, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV, sir. We've been really tracking what really went behind in the past 1 year, sir. The Trump tantrums had been going on, the way the gears were changing, and he was just increasing pressure day by day. But India stood firm, without indulging in any sort of slanging match, not getting into any sort of pressure, signing deals with the EU, with the UK, continuing with its, policies to protect, just in the latest, as we saw what happened in the budget announced as well. How do you see, sir, what has really, India derived its strength from? What has been the strongest points as far as India's stance and India's resilience is concerned here?
Well, I think India clocked a growth rate of 7.2% during the current year. And this at the time of growing international geopolitical uncertainties. So this would not have been lost on US policymakers. And going forward, the expectations are that despite the geopolitical uncertainties, we will be able to manage this momentum. Second, the US policymakers must have also noticed that despite the sharp hike in the tariff, Indian economy did not slow down because the government announced a number of measures, including lowering the GST rate, which gave momentum to the economy. Third is that we managed to clinch a major deal with European Union, which is a large market. US is about $30 trillion economy. EU is about a little more than $20 trillion economy. So that also was an index of India's strength and resilience and size of the market. So all these factors must have weighed on Trump administration. And from the larger point of view, it also sends a very positive political message to countries. I would not like to name them, but the countries which saw India isolated will have to revise their outlook. Going forward, we have opportunities of collaboration, especially in the energy sector. I'll specifically mention oil, LNG, and nuclear. India is an energy deficit country. US has an energy surplus. And this will act as a major point of convergence. So let's wait to see more details emerge when it will be possible to make more detailed comments.
Right, Ambassador. I wanted to ask you, you've mentioned that there is a massive economic value that will be unlocked out of this deal. But in terms of geopolitics, it is also a big diplomatic win, the way US has been, acting in the past few months, despite the pressure coming in, despite so many statements made, from the likes of Peter Navarro, Scott Bessent, and even Howard Lutnick. India stood its ground, was very calm, did not give in to that pressure, and then played its cards really well. So, how do you see this in terms of it's a diplomatic win for India?
I would put it differently. It's a win-win situation for both. Let's not try and score points. The fact remains that America is a much larger economy. I served in Washington. I was there in the early 90s when US trade sanctions, Super 301 and Special 301, we were threatened with trade sanctions. They were never really imposed, but it created uncertainties. So let's say that this has been a win for both sides. Our exports will get stability, and the US will have more access to the Indian market with lowering of Indian tariff.
Right. Ambassador Srivastava, many thanks for joining us on Republic TV and, telling us your, reading of the situation. Meanwhile, viewers, we will just bring you to for with what has been happening in the past 1 year. Donald Trump, the way the U-turn has come in, it actually shows the kind of the art of the deal that has been actually, set as an example by India. But, you have to really listen what Donald Trump has been saying all this while. And here we are with the deal today. Take a listen into Donald Trump's, tantrums and the reaction that he had given early in the past.
India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. We do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And as you know, Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. We get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade. And we can raise tariffs on them very quickly.
And well, that's a wrap on this edition, viewers. But on the other side, at 6:30, don't forget to tune in as we continue to get you more understanding of what is in store as far as this deal is concerned. The joint statement will be out next, but we also will be looking for the answers to the question that what really happens to the labor-intensive force. That, of course, is an important point. Every angle deeply analyzed on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। है अरे मेरे राजा
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see, 19 Indians had been killed, but in response our soldiers had given an excellent account of themselves in hand-to-hand combat, and it is said that 45, some claim up to 100 Chinese soldiers were killed, which they tried to hide by saying they
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion. So there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims. But the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So, what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on India?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whatever is agreed today could have been agreed before. Nothing is gained. There's no pressure. India has no, U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command of
Right, welcome back, friends. As we build up to that primetime debate with Arnab Goswami on what this trade deal means for India and where do the naysayers stand now, let's focus on some of the other aspects of the trade deal, with what's going to do for the labor market in the country, the jobs-oriented sectors like textiles, footwear, among others, even as the Commerce Minister has clarified that the deal does not include agri and dairy sectors. Let's begin with the headlines.
इतना बड़ा ट्रेड डील, रीजनल कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप आरसेप, जिसमें कांग्रेस ने भारत को झोंक दिया था 2011-12 में, एक प्रकार से चाइना के साथ एफटीए करने का पाप राहुल गांधी ने किया था, उससे भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश को बचाया.
Big charge by Piyush Goyal. He says that Congress had forced China deal on India. Lok Sabha chaos as Rahul Gandhi's speech stopped over ex-army chief Mamua mention again. Congress MPs throw papers at the chair, later suspended.
डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है.
Rahul Gandhi's big charge on the US trade deal says Prime Minister has compromised the nation. Republic has inside scoop from the India Parliamentary Party meeting earlier in the day. Prime Minister Modi says India-US trade sign of a new world order. First statement from Kremlin on trade deal. Russia says no signals from India on buying or not buying Russian oil. All right, friends, let's begin with a couple of quick breakings from rest of the developments in the country. Big one there, DRDO achieved successful tech demonstration of a new kind of rocket, a new kind of missile. This has carried out a successful demonstration of solid fuel ducted ramjet technology from the integrated test range Chandipur off the coast of Odisha at around 10:05 a.m. And that's early in the morning. The successful demonstration places India into an elite league of nations possessing this technology that enables developing long-range air-to-air missiles to give a tactical edge to our over our adversaries. Let's go to Ishan live for more on this quickly. All the subsystems including nozzle-less booster, etc., worked flawlessly in the test that's been carried out by the DRDO. Ishan is live with us, our defense correspondent. All right, Ishan, quickly tell us the significance of this air-to-air missile system that's been tested.
Absolutely, this is a very significant system that has been tested today. This is a ramjet engine technology which uses oxygen that is already there in the atmosphere to provide a boost to missile ranges. Now the external boost that provides this external boost that is provided to missile is very significant because it puts India in a very elite class of nations. Only a few nations in the world have this technology. And most importantly, this will be a very significant development for the upcoming Astra Mark 3 or the beyond visual range missiles or the Meteor class missiles that India is currently developing. And it will definitely provide a very significant boost to the Indian defense ecosystem. And after all this particular engine technology is homegrown and will definitely be a very significant boost to the Atmanirbharta campaign that the Indian military forces and the Indian military industry is focusing on. This provision of this ramjet engine using atmospheric oxygen is significant because it reduces the weight of the missile, and the missile will not have to carry an external oxygen supply.
I think we lost the line there, but a very significant and fantastic test there being carried out by the DRDO. All right, moving on. In a concerning incident reported from Bidar district of Karnataka, 58 school children fell ill shortly after consuming the midday meal at their government school. Students experienced severe symptoms including stomach pain, vomiting, and had to be given medical care. All affected children were promptly taken to the Aurad Government Hospital, and 4 of them later transferred to even the Bidar Brims Hospital. Let's go to our reporter live. Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, quickly, what's the latest on this? Are the students really out of danger and taken care of in this tragedy? And what's the administration's response?
Four of the students who are admitted to the private hospital are still battling. They are severely ill is what the sources claim as of now. 54 students out of the 58 are doing better. They are recovering from the food poisoning is what the primary information say as of now. But with respect to the consumption of the midday meals and aftermath of students getting ill with diarrhea and vomiting along with stomach pain, the reason is uncertain, yet we are awaiting the response from the district administration as well, because it is the government which supplies the midday meal to all the government schools in the state of Karnataka along with some of the agencies or the NGOs. So the part of which will have to be answered by the district administration. We are awaiting the response of the Deputy Commissioner as well as the Block Education Officer along with the DDPI of the concerned Aura Taluk. And as of now, the parents who were on the high alarm have now been coming into a better mindfulness, because some of the students who were severely ill are recovering as of now. They'll take probably a day or 2 days of time to completely recover is what the hospital administration has mentioned as of now. And we are awaiting a report from the education department as well. Abhishek.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, there from Bengaluru, giving us details on what the administration is doing after this tragedy. Really unfair that kids have to go through this. We have seen a repeat of this happening from across Madhya Pradesh, Telangana and Karnataka. Moving on, the big one, Chinese spy caught from Dharamsala spying on His Holiness the Dalai Lama and his movements perhaps. A Chinese national overstayed, in fact came in illegally and stayed for 130 days at Dharamsala in Macleodganj, and now the police has caught him. The Chinese national is being questioned as we speak. For more, let's go to Lalit Sharma joining us live from Chandigarh because he's got the information. The Tibetan spiritual leader is always under Chinese surveillance. Lalit, and this Chinese spy caught, where is he from in China? What was he doing? How was he caught? Please tell us.
Very important information the Republic TV has access is that a Chinese spy has been arrested in Macleodganj in Dharamsala. And as per the input, what we are getting that he has been identified as Lu Binyan, and he's a resident of Sichuan province in China and has been has born on May 10, 1965. From the past 130 days, he has been living in China, and on suspicion, the Dharamshala police arrested him yesterday. While today he was produced in the court from where the further investigations are going on. Back to the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Lalit, for those details. In fact, now let's, after those breakings, come back to the story that's the prime time focus since last evening, in fact, when President Trump made that post on Truth Social announcing the deal with India. It's been the headline, not just in India, around the world. Because remember, while we were talking about mother of all deals between India and the European Union, this comes to be the father of all deals, the daddy of deals, as Trump would love to call it. One aspect of this deal is how it shields and gives a fillip to labor-intensive industries. Remember, when India has a favorable balance of trade with the United States, when India exports to the United States, there are certain sectors which contribute majorly to it, which includes textiles, which includes pharma, which includes footwear and leather, which includes gems and jewelry. And these are the sectors which come back into the groove. Remember, with 50% punitive tariffs that were imposed by the Trump administration on India for buying Russian oil, these sectors were really affected. Now, with 18% tariffs, it is clear that we have a certain edge. These tariffs are still high vis-a-vis the 12 to 13% that India was paying earlier, but still, at 18% in Trump era and tariff times, even this is better. Let's take a look.
India and the United States recently sealed a high-stakes trade agreement that cuts US tariffs on Indian goods sharply from punitive levels down to around 18%. The move comes in exchange for India agreeing to scale back its reliance on Russian crude oil over time. For sectors like textiles, apparels, gems, jewelry, and other labor-intensive industries, the tariff relief has delivered a boost of confidence. These industries account for a large share of India's employment and export revenues, and markets were hit last year when punitive US duties spiked to as high as 50%. That's significant because these labor-intensive sectors employ millions, particularly women and rural workers from garment factories in Tripur and Panipat to gem hubs in Surat and Jaipur. They are typically low margin and highly sensitive to shipping costs, duties, and global demand shifts. With tariffs eased, export volumes are expected to recover, supporting production lines and reinstating lost jobs. Industry bodies and rating agencies say this could be a turnabout after last year's slump, where tariff shocks dented order books and employment. Yet, the road ahead isn't entirely smooth. Moody's cautions that slashing all Russian oil imports overnight would strain energy costs, potentially triggering inflation that could ripple through manufacturing inputs like transport and electricity. That, in return, could offset some benefits for labor-intensive sectors unless the transition is gradual. So while the immediate picture for labor-intensive industries looks brighter under the new tariff regime, broader macroeconomic shifts tied to energy sourcing and inflation remains a challenge.
All right, with the US trade deal comes some relief when it comes to the employment and labor sector. With India contributing 21% of the exports to the United States, this means also an increase in employment in those relevant areas. Not only oil, but also in the field of gems and jewelry, for example, textiles, pharma, among others. We have a guest joining us live, Mr. Vijay Mehta. He is chair of International Committee of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And very good evening to you, Mr. Mehta. And let me begin by asking, as a representative of an industry chamber, what's your feedback from the ground in terms of these labor-intensive sectors? Textiles, you look at footwear, pharma. You're not getting the audio? Are you getting the audio, Mr. Mehta? Am I audible? Okay, I think we need to really fix the audio there of Mr. Vijay Mehta. He was gesturing that he can't hear the anchor. He's chair of the International Committee of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. But essentially what we are looking at is how the deal really brings back labor-intensive sector into the game, because with 50% punitive tariffs, there was this possibility that those employment-generating, labor-intensive sectors would get derailed because we had the situation where competing economies like Bangladesh and Vietnam had an edge with lower tariffs. Mr. Mehta is back with us online. Mr. Mehta, I was asking that with this deal with the United States getting finalized, you think our sectors like textiles, footwear and pharma, are you still getting me, Mr. Mehta? You're just gesturing that perhaps you are not. Am I audible, Mr. Mehta? Mr. Mehta, am I audible? No, there is no audio. Okay, so we move on now, actually. Okay, we come back to this in a bit, but we are getting a breaking news development from Manipur. And, oh, that's a big one. Let's go to it. Let's get a reporter live. Let's get Aishwarya live. Let's get Anirudh live. Let's get Johnston live. From Imphal, Yumnam Khemchand Singh has been chosen as the leader of the legislature party of the BJP in Manipur. Pictures coming in. N. Biren Singh, the former chief minister, handing it over to Y. Khemchand Singh. It was expected that he would be the next chief minister. Remember, Manipur is under president's rule. We can see BJP leaders of the central unit of the party, Tarun Chugh, Sambit Patra, who's in charge of the state. They are both in charge of the region. Y. Khemchand Singh, if we can get Anirudh on phone, or we can get Johnston on phone, or we can get Linthoy on phone. That's a very significant development, which means the president's rule seems to be coming to an end in Manipur, and it's going to get a democratic government. 60-member state assembly. BJP has 37, of which 7 are cookie legislators, and that's really led to the crisis there. Also because N. Biren Singh had a lot of resistance amongst BJP legislators themselves, and that's why the president's rule was imposed in the backdrop of the mighty cookie strife, which has led to loss of over 200 lives over the last 2 years. But now the BJP making a move by electing Y. Khemchand Singh, perhaps change of leadership brings in change of sentiment on the ground, and that's why an attempt being made to bring back a democratic government. We have Linthoy, in fact, joining us from Imphal. Linthoy, please tell us what this change means. Are we going to see a democratic government back in Imphal after the BJP has decided to make Y. Khemchand Singh the leader of the legislature party? Is he going to make a claim, stake a claim to form the government before the governor?
Yeah, I guess Khemchand will handle the situation very, very calmly. And I think, since the legislators of BJP has already approved Khemchand, and as they have already supported Khemchand to become the leader of the BJP legislature, so I think, they will bring a very calm government and, democratic government.
Okay, and by when, Linthoy, are you expecting that this move is to take place? Is the BJP going to make the claim tomorrow, day after, when?
As per sources, they will claim it by tomorrow. So that is the latest report that I have received as of now.
Okay, and does that mean that the BJP now has numbers and it is confident that it can form a government? Because earlier it was thought that maybe the BJP is just 1 short, 2 short of the halfway mark of 30 in the Manipur Assembly?
To be very, according to sources, there are no reports of like that, but still, people of Manipur actually choose the right person, I think, and the legislator of the BJP also supported him because of his works and all, I think.
So you're saying that Y. Khemchand Singh has the support of majority of BJP MLAs, and that he's going to stake claim to form the government possibly tomorrow, and that soon we are going to have a democratic government now back in power in Imphal after a spell of governor's rule.
Yeah. As per the reports that I have received till now, he will take oath. He is likely to take oath tomorrow, and if there is no government formation by tomorrow, then president rule will be extended in Manipur. So I think, likely he will take oath by tomorrow.
That's a big one. You are in fact saying that it could be as soon as tomorrow, not just the staking of claim, but possibly oath-taking ceremony as well. That's a big one. Coming in from Imphal, Linthoy there joining us live and giving us details of the political moves taking place in the state capital of Manipur over government formation. With that, we move on, but slip into a short break. And coming up on the other side, Commerce Minister shares no specifics of the deal, but targets Congress for letting China get a trade deal by proxy through RCEP. Also, this is exclusive on the other side of a short break.
Hi, good morning
Hi,
to
how are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on India?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whatever is agreed today could have been agreed before. Nothing is gained. There's no pressure. India has no, U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command of for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important that he can get every other country to fall into line. But the U.S. market is not very important in this way. The main lesson of the last year is that despite all of the U.S. bluster, the world did just fine last year. It traded more with each other. India and China are in the process of restoring what will be the most important trade relations between the two giants. And in general, everybody is diversifying away from the United States. Even Canada, the country right on our border, has just signed a strategic partnership with China. Britain, which is essentially a vassal state of the United States, was in Beijing.
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see, 19 Indians had been killed, but in response our soldiers had given an excellent account of themselves in hand-to-hand combat, and it is said that 45, some claim up to 100 Chinese soldiers were killed, which they tried to hide by saying they had lost just 5 soldiers. The simple fact is that after this violent incident leading to 19 fatalities on the Indian side, we should have thrown the 1996 Peace and Tranquility Accord into the bloody dustbin. Dustbin. Because that accord says that you can't use your weapons. And then you have to get into unseeming boxing matches, kushti matches, karate, this thing, and then start using sticks and stones and all that primitive Stone Age weapons. But you can't open fire. Why not? Why can't you open fire? Because you are defending your territory. And if the other side has drawn blood, it is not just a
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, 7 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. And they're calling it the daddy of all deals. We had the mother of all deals on the 27th of January, about 5 days before, when India signed the EU trade agreement. And then that was called the mother of all deals. Now we have the daddy of deals. We have more details coming up. The fine print of what is actually in that trade agreement. There's been a huge debate on whether we have conceded to America on critical sectors like agriculture, dairy, etc. We have some details we believe could be closest to the final announcement, the blueprint. Here are the headlines on the show tonight.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इतनी बढ़िया डील भारत के लिए तय की है। उन्होंने अपने मित्रता के आधार पर भारत के हितों को प्राथमिकता देते हुए भारत को ये बढ़िया डील माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मिली है।
Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal speaks about the trade deal. One of the key negotiators who kept traveling to America, talking to the Americans, Piyush Goyal, while talking about the efforts, also slams the Congress party.
ना बड़ा ट्रेड डील, रीजनल कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप आरसेप, जिसमें कांग्रेस ने भारत को झोंक दिया था 2011-12 में, एक प्रकार से चाइना के साथ एफटीए करने का पाप राहुल गांधी ने किया था।
Commerce Minister slams Rahul Gandhi, questions him on how Congress itself wanted a deal with China, batted for RCEP until Prime Minister Modi had to intervene. He accuses the Congress of wanting a pro-China deal. It's ironic that the Congress party that once criticized the government on the lack of a deal, which today is slamming the deal. Russia responds to the claim made by Donald Trump that we have said we will not buy Russian oil. Kremlin says there is no such communication from India.
ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है।
The same party that said Narendra had surrendered, the same party that criticized the government and the Prime Minister saying there is no deal, today says, oh my God, why is there a deal, why is there a deal, why is there a deal? That's the Congress party and the opposition for you, ladies and gentlemen. DGCA goes on record to shield Air India and question the pilot instead on the fuel switch cut off. Ironically, Air India asks for that part to be replaced, admitting that there is a glitch. So DGCA shields Air India and Air India admits that there is a problem with Boeing. What is going on in Indian aviation? And talking about the art of the deal, they called the EU deal the mother of all deals. And there are some people who are calling it the daddy of deals with America. Let's accept it. Let's accept it. Indian markets have been for long reacting to the lack of a deal. Let's look at how Donald Trump has reacted over the last 10 months, ladies and gentlemen. The tantrums of a man called Donald Trump. Let's look at it. Before I go across to our two esteemed panelists joining us on the show, and this is exclusive, let's take a look at what Donald Trump has been saying all along. Starting March last year, 10 months, a few days after coming into power, Donald Trump said, if you can't sell anything in India, this is unfair, and that is how he set it up, saying that India had a few practices and made a case for why America needed to impose tariffs. And then he said, they sell a lot to us, we need to buy little, we buy very little from India. And he said he's not looking at lowering tariffs on India as it went on and on. Even a few weeks back, he said, Modi is a good friend, good guy, but we can still raise the tariffs on India. He kept warning India on Russian oil, reciprocal tariffs. There were a lot of statements made by American ministers, Lutnick, Besant, and eventually, when the news broke last night, it all came down to this. We actually got the best deal. India got one of the best deals in terms of trade, tariffs, vis-a-vis America. Let's look at the reason why we have the lowest tariffs in the region. Let's look at that. India is at 18%, Vietnam at 20%, which is 2% higher than India, Bangladesh 20%, which is 2% more than India, Pakistan at 19%, 1% higher than India. Ironic, because Raghuram Rajan had said that even Pakistan had cracked a better deal than India. And then you have Thailand, which still has to deal with a slightly higher tariff than India. Now, this is where there is a problem because we don't have specifics of the deal. Is there an agriculture win-win? Because there are selective tweets, selective details being given by the American administration, and even in India, we've been very guarded. We've been putting out source-based information. So government is putting out source-based information saying that we have not compromised. But here is what we know so far. We are flexible on import of soy meal and byproducts, but non-negotiable on rice and wheat. This is what we are hearing, waiting for the blueprint. We are flexible on import of non-GM corn or soy, non-negotiable on food-grade GM crops. We are flexible on import of non-GM corn or soil, but there is non-negotiable stand taken by India on meat-fed dairy products. Now, these are some of the details that we're picking up. Now, what we are hearing, and this is what the government, there are some in the government who are sharing details, that as far as farmers' issue is concerned, because ironically, the opposition, which until last night was saying, we have surrendered to America, we have not been able to crack Donald Trump. They were criticizing the government, and suddenly there was a deal. So while till yesterday, last night, they were criticizing the government, saying there is no deal, suddenly are today saying, oh no, how can you make a deal? You've compromised farmers' interests. But the truth is there is no blueprint. Now, here's what the government is saying. Sensitive dairy, agri sectors have been protected in the US deal. Now, these are details that have been given out, selective details, attributed to sources, and they want us to believe that there is no compromise whatsoever. But it all boils down to this number, 500 billion target. That is the target being set by India and America, as detailed by US President Donald Trump. Now, as we know, Donald Trump can't be taken at face value. Donald Trump can't be taken very seriously. But nonetheless, let's assume that what he's saying is correct and get the finer details of what this means from the two panelists who are joining us live right now. We have Dr. Arvind Panagaria, who is the Finance Commission Chairman. Dr. Panagaria, thank you for joining us. And I have Ajay Bagga, who is one of India's most renowned market experts on the show. Mr. Panagaria, you've been in America here in the last 2 weeks. You must be watching and getting a bird's eye view of how this issue has panned out, how the negotiations have been ongoing for almost a year now. Let's break it down. A lot of people have been asking how this is going to help India. Can I get your view on that, Mr. Panagaria?
Okay, so Niranjan, I've been a long time advocate of this agreement. Generally, I think, both with the United States and Europe. And I sort of thought that with the US, this is going to be tough. I mean, this is before President Donald Trump came to office, that agriculture will be a big issue with the United States, and that would make it harder. With the EU, agriculture, I never anticipated to be a big issue, and therefore that agreement seemed to be easier. But now, apparently, things have changed under President Trump, and an agreement has happened. I think, as a trade economist, we have to think both of liberalization that we do as a result of this deal and extra market access that we receive in the US market. And as you just pointed out, the tariffs that we have negotiated, the 18% rate, is lower than nearly every competitor that we have right now. And including especially the big competitor out there is China, which has a rate of about 34% when you take everything into account. So therefore, the market access actually is real market access for our products. But I also believe, and this is what I teach all my students at Columbia University, very large class in trade this year, our own liberalization helps us. Now, just go back. I mean, if you don't believe me, just go back. You want to go back even to 2000, when our average own tariff that India had was more than 35%. On average, probably it was closer to 40%. We had complete ban on the imports of consumer goods. We did not open that till 2001. Are we better off today or we were better off then? At that time, even you come to 2002, our merchandise exports were only $50 billion. Within 10 years, by 2011, they had grown sixfold to $300 billion. And today it's even larger. So our own liberalization is actually what allowed our trade to expand. And the world markets, in fact, generally are available there. And a lot of the restrictions that we have faced are our own internal ones also, from labor market to the land markets to a lot of the regulation internally and all. So we are addressing that also. But as far as the US-India deal is concerned, I really think that it's a big win for us. It's a huge win.
Can I ask you one more follow-up before I take it to Ajay? It's a two-part question. First part on agriculture. I'm only asking you on two sectors. Agriculture, we don't have the fine print, so a lot of people have questions. I know you can't divulge too much. It may be wrong, even if you know. I don't know whether you know. But what is your sense on how much India will be willing to move on that? And secondly, on Russian oil, because Russia also gave out a statement today saying that there is no word from India on that front. So I want your view on both these very touchy topics.
Yeah. Look, you're asking factual questions and on which you know more than I do. I don't work for the US government. I probably know the Indian side a little better than the US side. But by all indications, I think, we have, look, India does not really negotiate in bad faith. India negotiates in good faith and India lives by its words. Whatever India promises is what it does. So whatever the Russian premier may have said, if we have actually assured the United States that we will stop buying Russian oil, then we will do that. And I think, the US ambassador was on the television yesterday and he said that, as the eventual tariff on Indian goods will be 18%. And for sure, we also know that if we were to actually continue to buy Russian oil, the tariff, that 25% oil tariff that we were facing will come back. So, I certainly believe what both sides have largely said and agreed. Prime Minister Modi himself tweeted saying that our tariff will be 18%. So he knows himself. So that's what I infer from that. And on agriculture, frankly, look, talk to our own agriculture experts like Professor Ashok Gulati. He'll tell you we are competitive in agriculture. Why are we? We did so much liberalization in manufacturing, etc. It became stronger, not weaker. We had 45 years, 50 years of history of across the board protection with imports actually in the 1970s going down to 4% of the GDP. Did we do well in those days? Those were the Indira Gandhi days when the socialism had struck with vengeance. And after we liberalized is when we actually got onto the global market scene. And today, India is a way stronger country, way powerful country. It's a country to be recognized. Everybody sees that actually. And in the next 10 years, we would be one of the three big players. So, you know, to act so defensively about liberalization is just wrong to me.
Absolutely. I request you to stay with me, sir. I'll just get in a word from Ajay Bagga as well. Ajay, the markets have reacted. There was a lot of excitement this morning. The markets went up, record numbers, and then they came down a little bit. But overall, there's a sense of euphoria, positivity in the markets. In your view, how is this deal going to impact the Indian economy?
No, it's a very massive move, I would say. And first, I apologize to Dr. Panagaria, talking even 1 minute in front of a luminary like you. We have studied you all our life. I've read all your 15 books, and I'm very fond of all your theories. So it's a big honor for me to be on the same show as you, sir. I'm just a mere market person. But Niranjan, what I would say, it has changed sentiment really beautifully in the markets. Today, for example, 5,400 crores was the net inflow from FPIs. FPIs have been selling for the last 1.5 years, and we saw a big chunk of money coming in. That just reflects, we'll have to wait and see how stabilizing it is. But overall, I spoke to 5 very senior owners of large industries, CEOs. All were saying that we were competing at 50% because we can't vacate a market. So if we vacate a market, the Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Indonesians get in, and we won't get a foothold again. We made losses, but we stayed put. And they were really welcoming this. So I think that's the proof of the pudding. And what Dr. Panagaria has taught us always, liberalization and growth. Growth first, then redistribution. I think that's what this will bring in. You have to engage with the biggest economy in the world, Niranjan. That's what we are doing. We are not getting left out now. That was the risk we were running. We were singled out for punitive tariffs, even though India-Russia trade is 63 billion and China-Russia trade is 245 billion. But we were, told that we are killing Ukrainian children, and the Turkey and the Chinese were not. Or Europe, if you look at European exports to the Central Asian republics have gone up 1,000%. Where are all those exports going? They're actually going to Russia. So we have been very clear. We have been open. That has been also our bane. We have been punished for that. But that's how we operate, in a very transparent manner. So very welcome move, Niranjan.
Yes.
And all liberalization is good. It will strengthen us. And what Dr. Panagaria has written repeatedly, that the services economy is a drop. What we did with IT services, we need huge manufacturing jobs. We need to move that 66% sitting on the farms into the global supply chains. And that will happen with this kind of engagement, Niranjan.
In fact, I want to ask Dr. Panagaria a little bit about, because he spoke about liberalization, and you, Ajay, spoke about a little bit of hypocrisy as well. Now, there is a little bit of hypocrisy in what the Americans said, because I remember about 7 or 8 months back, we had done a story. Now, speaking about hypocrisy, there was a story we did 7 or 8 months back where, a report in America spoke about how American imports from Russia in a few key sectors had increased in the last 2-3 years. And we questioned the Americans. I mean, you're lecturing the world about buying from Russia, but you guys, your trade has increased with Russia in the last 2 or 3 years. Now, I want to ask Dr. Panagaria one more question, but before that, I want to just quickly talk about the naysayers and then put this question to him on what he, sees from the art of this particular deal. Now, it's a little political, but I just want to tell our viewers a little bit about what different people have been saying about this deal. Now, let's show you some of the comments that have been made in the last 1 year. This is what naysayers read. Rahul Gandhi said, India is a dead economy. Why would he make that comment? Ironically, it was Trump who said it, and Rahul Gandhi repeated it. Raghuram Rajan, former RBI governor, also spends a lot of time in America. He said Pakistan played it the right way. He spoke about Pakistan. Yes, Pakistan did play the right way, but comparisons were made. Owaisi said the ruling administration is being bullied by America. Let's look at the other comments that were made. You had Mallikarjun Kharge, he said this is how Namaste Trump has rewarded India. Some of the comments that have been made in the last 1 year. And then Akhilesh Yadav had said this is a failure of the BJP, etc., etc. Now, it's been a very, very testing year. I can say that Dr. Panagaria, he's a Finance Commission chairman. He spends a lot of time in Delhi. Dr. Panagaria, I read somewhere that, you know, the final blueprint was ready in May last year. Now, if it was ready in around that time, it's taken almost 8 months since then for this to happen, right? Now, I know you don't talk about politics, but it also talks about this actually is a display of our diplomacy and how we have stood our ground and been extremely patient in comparison to how America reacted, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely, 100%, 1000%. You know, look how the leaders of the other countries have been treated, and just read the tweet that President Trump put out yesterday, saying that, look, you know, here is me, I get things done here, and there is Prime Minister Modi who gets things done there, and these are the only two leaders who get things done, and nobody else is able to. So, you know, navigating with President Trump is never easy. You know, we all have observed what has happened to different countries, one after the other. I mean, just think a little bit what has happened to Korea, what has happened to Japan, and the European leaders as well. So, you know, we absolutely negotiated with a tremendous grace, and the Prime Minister Modi absolutely, you know, I wouldn't want my leader to do anything differently from what he did, actually. He was absolutely so measured in everything he said or did not say. All through, he never reacted to many of the negative things to which a sensitive leader, overly sensitive leader would have reacted. Played it cool and did whatever backdoor negotiations had to be done. And we got a better tariff than, you know, virtually all other countries that are competitors. Narendran, so that's the answer to your question. But yes, very briefly, 10 seconds, I want to build on, you know, what Ajay also said. He didn't put it this way, but everything he said actually about the inflow of foreign investment that has suddenly started, etc. What that tells you really is that, look, you know, as an investor, if you want to invest somewhere, where are you going to invest? I mean, India now, not only it is a large country, so geography is large, it has a workforce, about 600 million, and practically all levels of skills are available here. And now it has free access to the European market, and it has better access to the US market than any other country, any competing country. Where in the world are you going to locate yourself? And particularly as you think about the next 10 to 20 years, because investment is not for 1 year, but it is looking for at least a horizon of 10 to 20 years. This is a country which has been reforming and very responsive to the needs of the investors, and that reform will continue. And the Prime Minister himself said about 2025, it is very much backed by all the fact that India has boarded the Reform Express. So if you're an investor, where are you going to invest? I mean, you know, China used to be the place to go, but no more. You know, China has become as unpredictable now as the United States to some degree, you know, and so I really think that these two major deals, the mother and the father of the two deals, of the trade deals, really place us on the map. And next 10 to 20 years, I mean, I really think that when the Prime Minister talks about Viksit Bharat by 2047, he's really walking the talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll leave it at that because I'm running short of time. I'd like to thank Dr. Arvind Panagaria for joining us at short notice. He's live with us from New York this evening. And Ajay, thank you for joining us live. Arnab will be back at 8 p.m. on The Debate. Our focus at 8 p.m. will be on how the world is reacting to it. In fact, a lot of headlines, everyone is spinning it their own way because there is no blueprint of the deal. And at 9 p.m., the politics over it. What we got, what we haven't, and what we know so far. Two big debates coming up next. Stay tuned.
अरे मेरे राजा
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on India?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whatever is agreed today could have been agreed before. Nothing is gained. There's no pressure. India has no, U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command of for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important that he can get every other country to fall into line. But the U.S. market is not very important in this way. The main lesson of the last year is that despite all of the U.S. bluster, the world did just fine last year. It traded more with each other. India and China are in the process of restoring what will be the most important trade relations between the two giants. And in general, everybody is diversifying away from the United States. Even Canada, the country right on our border, has just signed a strategic partnership with China. Britain, which is essentially a vassal state of the United States, was in Beijing.
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address,
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. In the next few minutes, we're going to tell you the latest coming in on the India-US deal and how the world has reacted to that. Let's take a check of the headlines first.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इतनी बढ़िया डील भारत के लिए तय की है। उन्होंने अपने मित्रता के आधार पर भारत के हितों को प्राथमिकता देते हुए भारत को ये बढ़िया डील माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मिली है।
No specifics of the deal shared by the Commerce Minister yet, but India-United States joint statement on the deal expected soon.
इतना बड़ा ट्रेड डील, रीजनल कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप आरसेप, जिसमें कांग्रेस ने भारत को झोंक दिया था 2011-12 में, एक प्रकार से चाइना के साथ एफटीए करने का पाप राहुल गांधी ने किया था।
पीयूष गोयल,
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश को बचाया।
Piyush Goyal hails Prime Minister Modi for historic India-US trade deal. Tears into Rahul Gandhi, says Congress never wanted progress for India. Piyush Goyal hits back at the opposition. Criticism says this is the best US trade deal in neighborhood. Also calls Congress of misleading the country and that Congress had forced China deal on India. Russia denies Trump's claims on Russian oil. Kremlin says that India has not said anything about halting oil purchases.
ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है।
Rahul Gandhi's big charge on US trade deal, says Prime Minister is compromised and that he sold the nation. And DGCA tries to pin the blame on the pilot for fuel engine cut-off switch defect, blames external forces in incorrect direction for switch incident. It's a major development that captured global media attention, viewers. India and United States announcing the landmark trade deal that reduced US tariffs on Indian goods, a move widely being welcomed by international outlets as a significant reset in economic ties. The agreement, as revealed by Trump after a phone call with Prime Minister Modi, was presented worldwide as both a diplomatic breakthrough and an economic opportunity for Indian exporters as well. World media has framed the India-US trade deal as a strong diplomatic and economic win for India, noting the long-term potential for increased market access, stronger bilateral cooperation and positive momentum just weeks after India's own trade pact with European Union was announced. Global press, in fact, highlights India's gains. International media widely reports that Trump said that the US will reduce its reciprocal tariffs, giving a boost to Indian exporters. Reuters noted that this tariff cut follows India's agreement to halt purchases. And we have, in fact, multiple such news clippings that we are right now showing you. And for more on this, we'll have a conversation now with Ambassador Deepak Vora joining us on the broadcast. A very good evening, Ambassador Vora. And, the world has been watching, the trade deal. All eyes are on this trade deal. The fine print is awaited. But the fact that it has such major global implications is actually shown by, the global media attention. And at the same time, if you could just shed some light on how it actually shows that the global trade map is tilting in India's favor.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you. I learned so much from you. Keep calling me more often. I'd love to learn from you. I heard your speech. Thank you. I heard your introduction. First of all, आज तो शुभ मंगलवार है. It's a wonderful, wonderful day. It's a magnificent मंगलवार. It's terrific Tuesday, the day of the Lord Hanuman, as well as of Ma Kali. So we are celebrating this agreement that has been reached. Deal is the word that Donald Trump uses. Agreement between India and the United States. And let me put it to you, how do I see it? Ma'am, have you seen the reaction in the stock market?
Yeah.
That answers all your questions. It has been welcomed unconditionally. There are a few politicians here and there who try to say funny things. Let that be. That's always what they do. The American market, the American stock market, particularly companies dealing with India, their stocks are also rising. And then an American colleague, an American friend, much older, he was CEO of an American company when I was posted there, major company, several $1 billion. He's now 90 and retired, older than I am. I'm only 74. He has sent me a message saying, "Dear Ambassador Deepak, we did it." That's a wonderful, wonderful thing to say, that we have achieved this and it's going to serve both our nations. What we will benefit is from certain technologies that we need from them. We needed certain new investment from them. That'll come. What will they benefit from? The American consumer, he will be buying Indian goods cheaper than he has been doing so far. Now, ma'am, one other thing which I would like to highlight. We don't believe in megaphone diplomacy. India's fabled diplomacy is what we call duck diplomacy. You only see the duck floating placidly on the water. Beneath the surface, you don't see the feet paddling furiously. This is what India specializes in. They abused us. Mr. Trump's team used all kinds of harsh words against Prime Minister Modi and his team. We didn't respond. Let him say what he wants. We are not going to go down to that level. The result of that is, I think America has also understood, the present government there has understood that India will not bend. There was a very wonderful tweet by a member of the Prime Minister's Advisory Council. Of course, it's a bit self-congratulatory. Duniya jhukne ko taiyar hai, jhukane wala chahiye. But I believe that this is not a time for congratulating oneself, but a time for mature, diplomatic, ongoing discussion. The deal has still to be finalized. There's a fine print that has to be done. The India-EU deal took 22 years because both sides wanted to preserve their interests. This is a new India. So if we have the mother of all deals with the European Union and the father of all deals with the United States, the common factor in the two is Bharat. Ma'am, this is not India's decade. This is India's century. We have arrived.
Rightly so pointed out, Ambassador Vohra, as we've also been talking about that how, US also could, I think, introspect. India, I would say, that did not, budge. And India actually, took in some time, even diplomatically, India never stooped to any low. If you see the kind of words that were coming in from the Commerce Secretary of the United States, from Trump himself, dead economy jibe and whatnot. But I think India not only put up an example as to how it will never be under pressure, but also diplomatically, it will never, stoop to a level of disgrace that, we have seen many of our counterparts doing that.
Well, you're so right. We will never stoop to those. Man, we're a mature democracy. Whose children are we? Have you heard of a fellow called Chanakya 2,400 years ago?
Yeah.
He had prescribed this. He said, if you have an adversary and you start abusing that adversary without any restraint, then you close even the window that you must keep open while the door closes. So we haven't done that. We haven't done that with anybody, even with Jihadistan, our neighbor. There is certain contact that goes on behind the scenes. It's very quiet backroom diplomacy, but we maintain contact. Even with Ting Tong's government or Ping Pong, whatever the fellow's name is, we continue to engage with them, even though officially there may be a different position that we take. So my feeling is, as far as diplomacy is concerned, we are the best in the world, just as your channel is the best in the world. And we have a lot to teach people who would take us for granted. Nobody takes us for granted anymore. They have understood India's economic, military, social infrastructure, all the strengths that we have. And if American companies are now going to come look for India, they've lost China, they've lost Russia, they've lost the European Union, Latin America, well, it doesn't have the capacity to absorb American investments. If they wish to come and invest in India, all we'll say is, welcome, dear friends, Bharat is waiting.
Right. Ambassador Vora, always a pleasure having him. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV at this point. And viewers, with that, let's bring you this report on how the India and US struck this landmark trade deal, cutting US tariffs on Indian goods to 18% and signaling a reset in one of the world's most important economic partnerships. And as we just showed you, global media is calling it a game changer, with different outlets highlighting its impact on jobs, trade and politics. Let's take a dive into how the international media has been reacting about the deal in detail and in graphics and in pictures.
Global media is buzzing after United States and India struck a new trade deal that cuts US tariffs on Indian goods to 18% and signals a reset in one of the world's most important economic partnerships. The Washington Post describes the pact coming after months of diplomatic strain. It frames the agreement as a promising development in relations between the two nations. With leaders from both sides optimistic it could boost jobs, strengthen ties, and diversify trade, even as some details remain unclear. CNBC and BBC emphasized that the deal could make Indian exports more competitive globally. That could potentially improve India's edge against regional rivals. CNBC focuses on the economic implications, including reduced trade barriers, stock market enthusiasm, and the potential for expanded US purchases of energy, tech, and agricultural goods. While BBC highlights how the deal comes amid shifting global alliances and follows India's landmark trade pact with the European Union. International media portray this deal as not just as tariffs cuts, but also a reset of a relationship that had been affected by trade tensions and geopolitics. Whether Washington and New Delhi can make this trade deal work in the longer run remains the big question.
So 2 deals in 5 days after the mother of all deals, the daddy of deals is done, and Republic TV will be bringing you the top global voices at 8 p.m. with Arnab Goswami. So don't forget to tune in. We'll be right back after this very, very short break.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see, 19 Indians had been killed, but in response our soldiers had given an excellent account of themselves in hand-to-hand combat, and it is said that 45...
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
Premium Plus by Century Prowood.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal. And
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say why antagonize India.
So, what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on India?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whatever is agreed today could have been agreed before. Nothing is gained. There's no pressure. India has no, U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command of for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important that he can get every other country to fall into line. But the U.S. market is not very important in this way. The main lesson of the last year is that despite all of the U.S. bluster, the world did just fine last year. It traded more with each other. India and China are in the process of restoring what will be the most important trade relations between the two.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ.
Premium Plus by Century ProWood. Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narvane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narvane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narvane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident. in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see, 19 Indians had been killed, but in response our soldiers had given an excellent account of themselves in hand-to-hand combat, and it is said that 45, some claim up to 100 Chinese soldiers were killed, which they tried to hide by saying they had lost just 5 soldiers. The simple fact is that after this violent incident leading to 19 fatalities on the Indian side, we should have thrown the 1996 Peace and Tranquility Accord into the bloody dustbin. Dustbin. Because that accord says that you can't use your weapons. And then you have to get into unseeming boxing matches, kushti matches, karate, this thing, and then start using sticks and stones and all that primitive Stone Age weapons. But you can't open fire. Why not? Why can't you open fire? Because you are defending your territory. And if the other side has drawn blood, it is not just a matter of dhakka mukki now. Well, I think that any local commander is fully justified in giving his troops the right to open fire in self-defense.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। व्हाट आर यू डूइंग?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So, what did Trump or what did London Bengaluru Air India flight 132 was grounded after a pilot reported a possible huge defect in the plane's fuel control switch during pre-flight procedures. Air India quietly took the plane out of service as a precautionary measure. Air India knows how big that could be. Go a few months back and remember what happened to Air India flight 171, which crashed after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport for London. That time also, there were questions over the fuel control switch. Imagine, Air India, you are allowing people to blame your pilots. What makes me livid is the templated and fake reply of Air India. How many more crashes do we want? I want Air India to wake up. I don't want you to let them compromise passenger safety any longer.
Dead economy theorists stunned. Has Modi proven naysayers wrong? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
मुझे बस 2-3 लाइन बोलनी है, उसमें सब पता लग जाएगा. But वो बोलने नहीं दे रहे हैं.
But Mr. Gandhi, Narendra Modi's statement has come out. He is saying that not even 1 inch of the land was given.
That's not the point here. Whether the land was taken or not, that's a different question. We'll come to that. I'm not. Let me speak.
But the book is not even published, Mr. Gandhi.
Let me speak. You're all defenders of the BJP.
No, not at all.
Yes. That's your agenda.
London Bengaluru Air India flight 132 was grounded after a pilot reported a possible huge defect in the plane's fuel control switch during pre-flight procedures. Air India quietly took the plane out of service as a precautionary measure. Air India knows how big that could be. Go a few months back and remember what happened to Air India flight 171, which crashed after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport for London. That time also, there were questions over the fuel control switch. Imagine, Air India, you are allowing people to blame your pilots. What makes me livid is the templated and fake reply of Air India. How many more crashes do we want? I want Air India to wake up. I don't want you to let them compromise passenger safety any longer.
Dead economy theorists stunned. Has Modi proven naysayers wrong? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.